This roadshow is brought to you by ResearchBytes.com.
And here comes the 5-time world champion Johnny Britton on the way to make his 6th. 26 gold medals, 7 silvers, all-time phase team members. The Royal Enfield factory team has the vault in a corner.
I've been sinning. I'm a motherless child, Lord, and I keep on running. Oh, Lord. And the preacher asked my mother if you lay with a man, and he struck down upon her with a cross in his hand. 'Cause I am a
Good afternoon,
motherless
ladies and gentlemen.
child.
Can I request all of you to please settle down? We're just about to
I
begin
am a
the program.
godless child. Say the Lord don't like sinners, and the world don't like me. So I'll keep on singing, 'cause it's hard to be free. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. Said I am a godless child.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I request all of you to please settle down? On behalf of Eicher Motors Limited, it is my privilege to welcome all of you from all around the world to our Global Investors Meet here at Bruntingthorpe, which is also home to Royal Enfield's UK Technology Centre. I know you've all had a really early start today, but I hope that you've had a good look at the UK Tech Centre, and I know some of you have also tried our new twins at the test track, so we'd really love to get your feedback on the motorcycles. Before we begin, I'd like to apologize. We are running around 30 minutes behind schedule, largely because of multiple groups and transportation, etc. But I hope, that won't disrupt your schedule too much through the day. We've got about 5 or 6 hours that we've planned to give you an overview of Eicher Motors Limited, namely Royal Enfield and VE Commercial Vehicles Limited. To begin with, we will start with Siddharth Lal, who's the Managing Director at Eicher Motors Limited, followed by Mr. Vinod Dasari, our new CEO at Royal Enfield. We are then going to break for an hour for lunch, and after lunch, Lalit and Subhranshu are going to talk about the global brand, so largely Royal Enfield again, and the digital opportunity that we have for Royal Enfield today, followed by Rod Copes, who heads our North America business and now Latin America as well. They will be followed by Govind and Simon, who are going to talk about the entire process of product design up until its delivery to our end customers. We'll break for tea after that. And the session, last but not the least, we're going to have Mr. Vinod Agarwal, who's going to talk to you about VE Commercial Vehicles Limited, followed by an hour of Q&A. So, like I said, I know it's been an early start, but I hope you save up the energy and you enjoy what we have for you here. And just a quick word, we're starting now, some of you have just come in, but when we break for tea and maybe during the lunch hour, in addition to talking to all the management team members, if you guys can, feel free to look around. We've got the last 25 years for Royal Enfield captured in the little display that we have here. So do feel free to walk around. We'll be happy to answer questions. Gordon's here, the management is already here. So with that, and without much further ado, can I request Siddharth to please come up on stage? Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you all once again for coming to our new home that's in UK. It's our second home really from after Chennai, and it's become an increasingly important part of Royal Enfield. All of you have visited the technical center, and I hope you can appreciate what we're up to here, and of course the physical part, but also the people part and what we're trying to accomplish here. So we're really delighted to have you here, and we're delighted to have had you on our journey at Eicher Motors Limited, for some of you for many, many, many years, and some of you relatively new, and some of you still planning to journey with us as investors. As you know, at Eicher Motors, we try and do things quite differently, I believe. We're, I believe, a bit more long-term oriented as a company, and that's absolutely our approach, and that will continue to be our approach for years to come. Our idea, our plan is to build something spectacular in the long term, and whatever that means in the short term is what we will get done. We don't put ourselves under tremendous pressure to do things to show people or investors, and we want to make sure that we do the right thing always for long-term success of the company. And some of you get us, a lot of you get us, and I guess that's why you're here. And I hope over the next many hours we're able to describe to you what we're trying to accomplish. Of course, we've had lots of discussions yesterday, today, and we'll have question and answer session later as well. As you know, Eicher Motors Limited, as it stands today, is essentially two businesses. One is Royal Enfield, which is the whole look and feel here and the setup, because we're here at our UK Technology Center. But another extremely important part of our business is our commercial vehicle business. VE Commercial Vehicles is currently 10 years old as a joint venture with Volvo, and is 33 years since we started making trucks and buses in India. So the Eicher brand is 33 years old in trucks and buses, so that's a third of a century. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about that first before we get into Royal Enfield. I believe that at VCV we're extremely well poised as we stand today. It's a very mature team, extremely focused on what we're trying to accomplish, with all that it takes to get to the next level. We've learned a lot, we've done a lot of work, we've set extremely strong foundations in our commercial vehicle business. We have a mature relationship with our partner Volvo, and we now know how to function, how to work, where the push and pull can happen, where we can extract more from a global company, where we need to put our foot down sometimes. So all that is established. We understand how to run a joint venture well. And over the last many years, I believe we have built a very strong foundation on the manufacturing side, on the supply side, on the quality side, and of course culminating in the product side. So a couple of years ago, we had the Pro 6000 and the Pro 8000, are brand new heavy-duty trucks, which are in the market now. They're value trucks, so they're higher priced and higher, let's say, value than, let's say, the mass trucks. But they are really the future, in our opinion, of Indian trucking. We have the Pro 2000 series, which is just in the process of getting launched, which is replacing our 33-year-old platform of light and medium duty trucks. And that Pro 2000 series is, in our understanding, also spectacular. It's really a step up. It will help us in strengthening our strongest position, which is in light and medium duty trucks, 5 to 15 tons, as it were. So the Pro 2000 will help us do that, and the Pro 6000, 8000 will help us in growing in the heavy duty part, especially with what is going to be the biggest discontinuity in commercial vehicles, which is the Bharat Stage 6 emission norms, which is coming in shortly. As you know, that's a extremely technological, a difficult technological jump that all manufacturers have to make to get to Bharat Stage 6 in India. And I believe at VECV we're extremely well poised to do that. We've been making for heavy duty, so the engine platform that we have in our heavy duty trucks is the same engine platform we've been exporting for 5 years now? 5 years to around the world. So to France, where the trucks are assembled for Volvo Group, for Europe, but also to other parts, to Japan and other parts of the world, for trucks, for buses. So that same engine platform, which is being sent, and it's a base Euro 6 engine, is the engine that we are using for our trucks and will be upgrading to Euro 6 or BS6, which is similar, in the coming years. And BS6 is very complex. I think that's very important to understand. It's an extremely complex animal. There's SCR, EGR, there's lots of technologies coming together. There are different applications where different issues pop up around the world. We've learned all that through our partner Volvo. They've gone through the learning curve. We have absorbed that. So Eicher is extremely well poised. We have the scale. We're making, 5,000 plus of those engines for international markets already, and of course, for ourselves. We have the scale, we have the understanding. So from a product side, I think we're extremely well poised at VECV in the coming decade. Of course, there will be also other factors, like there should be some pre-buy this year before BS6 comes in, because the prices will go up. But Vinod will tell you more about that. But with that strong foundation that we've built in trucks, the energy of the organization is now moving on to the front end side, and has moved, let me put it that way, to the commercial side. We have a very strong mantra in VECV, which is uptime. Our passion, our interest, our organization focus is on creating uptime for our customers. It's something that allows us to put all aspects of what a customer requires in these very good products that we've created from the aftermarket perspective, and to keep their vehicles in use. So we have, Vinod will tell you about uptime centers that we've created, where we get real-time information, diagnostic tools, digital tools. Huge amount of work we're doing in order to create absolutely class-leading uptime for our commercial vehicle customers. So I'm going to stop on commercial vehicles right now, because Vinod is going to tell you more. Just to tell you that we are very excited about the future of commercial vehicles and about VECV's future. And there's amazing things going on in exports. There's a lot going on, and we're really poised to go to the next level in the next 3 to 5 years. That's on commercial vehicles. Now moving on to Royal Enfield. We have many speakers on Royal Enfield coming up after me. So what I'm going to do is to take you through some of the history, which is on the last 20 years or so, the ones that I've been present in, and some thoughts about the future. So the way I'd like to put it together or describe it is in 3 phases. So we have a history of the year 2000 to 2009, give or take, then from 2010 to 18, and then moving forward from 18 onwards. The first phase, the phase of 2000 to 2009, for me, I would headline it by saying this was about creating desire for brand Royal Enfield. It was an old fuddy brand in the eyes of Indian consumers, and what we were able to do was create a deep desire amongst young Indian men, it happens to be, and they really wanted this product. And that was what that phase was about. It was about consumer understanding in a very deep way. It was about then, with that understanding, doing the right things and doing what consumers may want. We started with small steps On product, from that black bullet which you saw at the back, we started with that, but then we moved on to Electra, which was just some little upgrade. It was new colors, it was a little bit of new technology in the ignition system, but it made for a better bike with a better look. We evolved from there, we went to products like the Thunderbird, which were different, which started getting different and new consumers in. And all of that gave us a lot of learning and understanding. Of course, while we were doing that, we were building the rest of the organization as well. We were doing it, and when I talk about desire, it was we started new rides, we started new events. We said Royal Enfield is going to be about being out there, riding and enjoying the great outdoors and adventure and all of that. But we also figured that to reach our consumers, we got to be very savvy digitally. So from the year 2000 onwards, I would say we put a lot of effort on our digital front, and so therefore this company is absolutely digital native. We understand digital, I think, better than most two-wheeler companies in the world, because we've been doing it for a long time, and that's part of our fabric. So on the product side, we evolved to things like Thunderbird and beyond, and there's many others which you'll see out there and we can talk to you about. And it culminated, in a sense, in all the understanding, all the interest culminated in the new engine, the UCE engine. I'm saying new for that time. And the Classic, the new product. And that, of course, as you all know, was a raging success. And so the next phase starts. The next phase was then about using that success and actually growing with that success. So it was scale. The first few years from, let's say, 2010 to 14, 15, was in just getting our head around managing the growth and the momentum that we had. So on capacity front, on supplier capacity, if you see, please go and have a look if you haven't, but if you see the kind of manufacturing we used to have in the old days, it was all like a, old, hand-beaten stuff and, with manual drilling machines and all of that. So we moved from an old type of setup to a totally different side of setup. Our suppliers changed entirely, our manufacturing changed a lot, culminating in the new Oregadam plant, which came up and was absolutely fresh and new. We made sure that it's not just the plant, but all the processes that were also changing. And also then our quality systems, our suppliers, all of that was changing. But it wasn't, the challenge in capacity was not just on the manufacturing, it was also very much on the front end. We had to add more dealers, we had to add more service. Our parts availability was really low because we were making so many bikes we couldn't supply spare parts. So we had to move our spare parts understanding, logistics, ability to a totally different level. So across from supplier to manufacturing to distribution to aftermarket, we were scaling up in those years. And now we know how to do that. Now we know how to add more capacity. We know how to add more dealers. We know how to, work with suppliers and get cost out, which is what we also did at that time. So this is all innate in Royal Enfield now. The phase, let's say in that phase, the second part after 2015 was really much more about investing in new product. So, of course, then nothing is going sequentially. All of these things are happening parallelly. But the way one sees it when we reflect back, that's when the new product sort of story was really hot. And that's when we started doing a lot of things. We came out with the Continental GT 535 first. Then we came out with the Himalayan, which was an absolutely revolutionary breakthrough concept. It was slow to start because of various reasons, and then we had to revamp the product, and now it's doing really well, and in international markets, it surprised us how well it's doing. But all of those learnings that we had in our new product actually culminated in our twins. And one was learning. A lot of people really liked the GT535, for example. But we weren't selling enough because there were understandings for us. Maybe it looked a certain way, but it didn't perform as well as it looked, or the power was not. Or I'm sure there were hundreds of other issues, not issues, but learnings, I would say. So all of that understanding, learning is what we were able to bring into our new twins, and therefore, based on that learning, it wasn't just a GT650, but it was GT650 and the Interceptor, because a lot of people weren't willing to commit to that riding position of a GT, for example. So, and in all of that was the process of new product introduction, which is really important. Govind and Simon are going to talk to you about that later. But also the capability that we require to make a global product like the 650 Twins is part of the reason why we started this technology center that you've seen today. In India, there's a lot of engineering work. A lot of people are sending the engineering work to India. But for us, we found that in certain domains, the expertise didn't exist in India at all. And that's why we've come here, and that's why I hope we've been able to describe to you how we work between India, UK and the Chennai Tech Center, where it works really well together. So there's competencies that we have here, which we may not have there, and vice versa. So that's also going to be described to you a bit more, but we now have a very strong, let's say, let's say, dual structure where we have UK Tech Center, Chennai Tech Center working in cohesion. So that's on the product front that we've been able to pull off, I would say, and it's huge. For me, being able to accomplish that on the product front is really a starting point, because the twins, which are extremely important to us, but they also now tell us what Royal Enfield is going to be like. So what you're seeing when you're riding the twins today is a glimpse of the refinement, a glimpse of the quality, a glimpse of how we are thinking about future product. And we have a lot of interesting new product in the pipeline. So that's on the second phase of Royal Enfield, and now we're going into the future, into let's say 2019 and beyond. For me, it's extremely clear what we're trying to accomplish in the coming decade, let's say. We believe there's an enormous opportunity for Royal Enfield to become a global brand. And we've set ourselves up. Everything we're doing right now is set up, whether it's the UK Technology Center, whether it's new product, whether it's what we're doing on brand, marketing, distribution. It's set up to take Royal Enfield into that realm of being a global consumer motorcycle brand. And but when we say that, it's still very apparent to everyone in Royal Enfield that our highest priority still is India. So India is still market number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in terms of priority. Every new product that we're making, for example, is being made with India in mind as well. So the GT650, if you were making it only for Western markets, for example, it could have been a 800 perhaps, or it could have had a different setup. But because it had to appeal to the upgrading audience in India, it was set up as a 650. It was costed in the way that it was costed, so that we believe we can pull people in India up. And we have some 3.5, 4 million customers in India. And a lot of them weren't interested in upgrading from a 350 to a 500, because essentially it's the same bike with a slightly higher capacity. So this is the kind of thing we're doing on the Himalayan, on the Twins. And in India, we think there's a tremendous potential. There is the premiumization in India is a trend that is not going to stop. It's going to continue for decades to come. In all segments, it's going to happen. And for Royal Enfield, that's what we're playing at the premiumization in the market. So everything, our distribution, it's premium. Our service is premium. And our products, of course, and the way we look at things, the experiences, all of that is totally premium. But then when you break down India into different geographies, again, Lalit is going to do that. We have states which are highly indexed, where we have 30% plus market share, and we have states where we have 2 or 3% market share. But that's correlated exactly to the affluence of that market. So now, in our, let's say, upgraded, revised thinking that we're doing, our focus is a lot on some of the under-indexed markets, where we have sub 5% market share, for example, in motorcycles. And we believe that there's an enormous potential in those markets for absorption of Royal Enfield. In developing markets around the world, in markets like Thailand or Brazil, we're seeing some amazing green shoots. We're seeing people really interested in the new product that we've created. And we've set ourselves up so that we start small. We started with one store in Thailand, one store in Bangkok, one store in Sao Paulo, as an example. Of course, we're in many other markets as well. Again, with a view to understand, and then once we get all the parameters right, we get the distribution right, we get the dealers making money, the right consumers are coming in. That means we're getting not just influencers, but also upgraders from commuter bikes. Then we want to create India-like stories in markets like Thailand and Brazil. And that's the trajectory now we're going on. And that's the concept that we're following very strongly, to be able to create India-like markets. We don't want to just play at the higher level. We want to get people who are commuters to rise up to our bike. And that's where, and that's why we're spending so much time in thinking through all of these developing markets rather than just being present and figuring out how to do these things. It's a very concerted plan. Then in markets like Europe and US and Australia and Japan, at one level, and initially these were markets that we said, well, you know, they're going to give us good margin, maybe smaller volumes, and a lot of brand credibility, because they're still more exacting markets. So people are riding very high performance vehicles. So in recently, was it in the Bike magazine that we got a 9 on 10 rating, I think, for the Interceptor? Compared to other bikes, that's an amazing rating for a motorcycle. And that goes down very well in markets around the world and it also helps us in making better motorcycles. But as we're going along, we're seeing that and we all understand that the purchasing power in markets like the US is tremendous, or in markets like Europe. So if a motorcycle catches on, if people fancy something, it can become huge in that market as well. So we're not playing for small numbers in these markets. The market sizes are smaller, but the purchasing power is a lot. So we're making sure that we're setting ourselves up so that if the inflection comes, and when the inflection comes for our twins, for example, and for our Himalayan, which was a surprise, at least for me, it was a surprise success. Rod always said it's going to do well, but I wasn't sure about that. So these are all the green shoots that we're working towards in international markets, for products, for markets. And that's what we have at Royal Enfield today. We have a super strong foundation. We know every part of the business exceedingly well. Of course, in order to accomplish the next steps, we need to unlearn some things. We need to reinvent ourselves in certain cases. We need to add new dimensions. So when you go to international markets, firstly, we use the Indian playbook. It worked at some level, but some aspects didn't work at all. So we have to use different ways of entering those markets and all of that. So obviously there is a lot that we need to do, a lot we need to change, and we're going to do that. But in the next phase, it's also beyond all of this. There's so much more on the horizon that we are working on. We're totally focused on making Royal Enfield an experiential brand, where it's a brand that enables exploration, community, and we're part of people's lives, not just for servicing their bike, but for being a part of their lives well beyond that. And again, a lot of manufacturers talk about things like this, but are not able to really do it. Eventually, they just focus on pushing metal. That's not Royal Enfield. We're entirely different from that. We want to be, as much as consumers want, we want to be a deeper part of their lives through the process in all of this. So we do amazing things like all the customs. You've seen all the custom bikes that we have here and around. Part of it is to inspire people, right? So a young lad, it happens to be a lad still, a young lad gets so inspired when he sees something like that, when he hears about something like that, when he sees some of those films. And that nudges them, that encourages them to buy Royal Enfield. That encourages them maybe a few years down to modify their bike, to customize it. And that's also part of the direction that we're going down. Personalization, customization, 360 motorcycling. It's a motorcycling brand. It's not a motorcycle brand. That's where we're heading down. Of course, there's all the new inflection points or that are coming in, things like shared mobility, things like electric vehicles. And we have charted out thoughts, plans, ideas for all of these. Again, in EV, for example, because a lot of you ask us, what are you guys doing on EV? What are you guys? The industry is not there yet at all. The price, weight, value equation is not okay for motorcycles at this point. It will happen over the years. And in the meanwhile, we're doing a lot of work. We're doing a lot of studies. And our approach as Royal Enfield is to go deep into the consumer realm of understanding and how people will react, what they're looking for, which are the segments where EV will be able to first flourish, and what is Royal Enfield's take on that, because it has to be premium, it's not going to be mass, and we're going to be coming out with concepts we already have a lot of stuff which I'm sure was hidden in the UKTC, which was competitor models, but also stuff that we've cobbled together just to see how it works, how it runs. But it's beyond just product. There's a whole new business model which will emerge with electric vehicles. Because where you make money may be quite different from where you make money in petrol vehicles, and how you distribute may be quite different, and the ecosystem of charging and all of that. So we are giving a holistic approach to it. We're going to show some stuff, we're going to have demonstrators, we're going to have other things which are out there, either to learn or to gauge responses or to understand. And we believe we'll be early followers in this segment rather than leading the charge of electric vehicles out there. So we'll understand what's going on in the market, and to see where the response is better, and we'll be ready for those kind of eventualities. Again, there are so many different areas, I can't even describe them to you. We are working on a totally different, for the younger audiences of today, they look at brands very differently. Royal Enfield has always been very socially conscious and aware, but now we're taking that to the next level of deeply understanding how we're going to be part of a sustainable ecosystem of manufacturing. I mean, we have fumes coming out of the back of our bikes, and we've got manufacturing processes and all of that. But also we have footprint of motorcycles around the country. So how can we be a part of the solution of all of that as well is something that I'm also personally working on in the coming years. And I hope I've been able to sort of give you a glimpse of some of the aspects that we're doing. We'll have more questions. We've got a lot of other speakers, so I'm going to leave it up to them now. But just to step back to say that today, as we stand, really, personally, I'm more excited and I'm more confident about Royal Enfield's future than I've ever been. I think there's so much going on. We're a strong company now. We understand and know a lot of all the basics and all the foundations and fundamentals we have. And we're also, we've also got, let's say, we're quite focused. We have a single aim. We want to become a global motorcycling brand. We have an extremely strong team with an exceptional new CEO who you're going to hear from in a couple of minutes. But with a very tight mission, we don't have hundreds of things going on. We have a few things. We want to do them extremely well. We want to stay a focused company. Of course, we're going to expand. In product range, we'll expand a bit. Geographically, we'll expand. But we're still extremely focused. The trend of premiumization, I believe, in developing markets is just absolutely going to happen forever. And we might have different takes on it from what you've seen in the past, but that's the space that we're going to play in the coming time as well. We're going to be there when people want to upgrade or come directly to something premium. That's also going to happen, by the way, that people are directly going to enter into a premium category rather than go through the lower categories. We're going to be there for them and available for them and show them a world and give them access to a world which is so amazing, which is so different, which is so beautiful that they're all going to want to stay and come back again and again. So that's it from me for now. Thank you very much for listening in. And over to you, Vinod. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. I must say, this is the first time in my career I've had my boss articulate my next 10 years KRA publicly to the investors. So thank you very much for that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been here only for 2 months. So far I've had a fantastic welcome at Royal Enfield. It's been an incredible learning experience. It feels like I'm trying to drink water out of a fire hydrant. It's been so much learning that coming from the commercial vehicle industry, I quickly learned one thing. This product that we make has much lesser number of tires than I am used to, and actually doesn't even have a lift axle. So I don't know what to do about that, but I'm sure Vinod Agarwalji will be able to count on that much more. Looking from the outside, I've seen Royal Enfield has had stupendous performance, and I'm sure all of you have been witness to that. What this company has accomplished over the last 10 years or so is stuff of legends. All the guys in the automotive industry, not just in India, but even outside, we used to try to emulate what Royal Enfield is doing. So when I was first thinking about joining this company, I saw that it had an incredible performance. The people have extreme passion about the product. They're very proud about their company. So one of the anxiety that I had is that usually a combination of extreme success, great passion and great pride leads to a lot of complacency. So I was worried that if I come in, there will be a great deal of complacency in this company. But I was thrilled at the openness when I suggest something or we discuss an alternate view of coming up to something. There is a tremendous degree of openness to look for new ideas or look for new suggestions. You know, they say that resistance to change is often what kills new initiatives, but resistance to change is the lowest when two things are happening. Either the company is going through a transition or if there is a new CEO. So in this case, we have both. So hence the resistance to change is very, very low, and I look at this as a wonderful opportunity to make some tweaks. As Sid pointed out, our goals this year are very simple. There are 3 main goals that Royal Enfield is focused on. First and foremost is to expand the market in India. Second, Govind and his team will talk more in detail about, is to prepare for an outstanding BS6. And third, a little bit longer term, is to reimagine our brand. How do we make ourselves into a global motorcycling brand? Personally, I've got 4 things that I'm focused on. My immediate and first priority is to connect with all the people of Royal Enfield, both inside our team as well as our dealers. So I'm spending a lot of time on that to make sure that there is a great degree of alignment to the goals that I talked about. In line with growing our India market, we have now started to focus on few markets which are not in the major cities. And we are present in all the major cities, but there's tremendous market opportunities where the motorcycle TIV or total industry volume is very high, but the propensity of motorcycles which are larger than 125 cc is much less. So we've identified those markets. We're going to go there with a very aggressive plan to expand our network in an innovative manner and capture a lot more motorcycle markets than we have traditionally focused on. As part of what Sid talked about, creating a motorcycling brand, and we are selling an experience, we will leverage the digital work that we have already done and take it up several notches. So imagine a situation where instead of a dealer, you are coming out of a movie theater and you see somebody standing with a motorcycle buck. You sit on it and they put on an AR glass or some augmented reality glasses, and you can see yourself riding a bike. And you can choose the types of handlebar you want, the fuel tank you want, the silencer you want, variety of options, including the gear and the accessories, and you place an order directly from what you see in your glasses right to the plant. The plant computer comes back and tells you when it can deliver that. That level of mass customization is something that Govind and his team are working on, but equally enabled entirely on a digital platform. And lastly, it's not about just selling motorcycles, it's about creating a motorcycling brand. The two things that I learned very quickly about the core brand values is to be authentic as well as frictionless in our dealings with our customers. To enhance their experience, there are a whole lot of things that we can do that would be helpful for our customers, but equally remunerative for us. I'll give you a simple example. I looked at a typical customer who buys Royal Enfield, lasts for about 5 to 7 years. And in that time frame, if you add up every single amount of money that he has spent, every single rupee that he has spent, and you see how much of that you are able to capture as Royal Enfield, we're less than 10%. From whether it's financing, insurance, gear, accessories, all the stuff that we have that our customers want. They want the Royal Enfield brand, they want the Royal Enfield experience, they want the frictionless behavior of the transaction. And all of these could be new businesses for us, which have significant margin opportunities. These are my immediate priorities. I'm still very early into my role at Royal Enfield, but I'm enjoying it, and I look forward to the question and answer sessions later. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Siddharth and Vinod. We'll now break for lunch, which is served right there. And since we're trying to get back to our schedule, if we can keep lunch to 45 minutes, it'll be really great. So hope to see you back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
And here comes the 5-time world champion Johnny Britton on the way to make his 6th. 26 gold medals, 7 silvers, all-time best team members. The Royal Enfield factory team has the ball in a corner. And here comes...
From the day I was born, I've been sinning. I'm a motherless child, Lord, and I keep on running. Oh, Lord. And the preacher asked my mother, and he struck down upon her with a cross in his hand. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. I am a godless child. Say the Lord don't like sinners, and the world don't like me. So I'll keep on singing, 'cause it's hard to be free. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. Said I am a godless child. Oh.
It's a magical sort of cathedral of motorsport, isn't it? You know, everyone wants to come to Bonneville.
Bonneville doesn't care if you're male or female, young or old. It's all the same salt. It's all the same record book.
I love surpassing people's expectations. They look at me and think, oh, you're just an 18-year-old little girl. What could you do? I don't even have to tell them. You just go out and show them on the bike.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
It's pretty fun to break these old men's hearts and take their records.
I knew from a little girl she was different.
Creativity is a huge part of my life. It's very important to me.
Kayla is a very passionate person, whether it's art or photography or racing.
Kayla and I have gone to Bonneville since she was 12 years old. You think that's gonna work, or we need to hone it out a little?
I think it's pretty good.
Good? So good or perfect?
It's perfect.
There you go, that's what I like.
Creativity means you're not just doing what everybody else is doing.
There is no textbook for building a Bonneville bike.
You can't be fearful when you're creating things.
We literally pulled the engine out of one of Royal Enfield's development bikes and have turned that into our race engine. The heart of the engine still carries back to the street bike, but the chassis and everything else we're using at Bonneville is a pure race Harris design.
It's important to talk a lot about the nature of collaboration that's gone into this build. We've got a lot of incredibly talented people.
You know, you build a new bike and you think you've done a good job, you think you've thought of everything, but you don't really know until you've run it.
Bike 744, an FIM entry is ready.
What we're trying to achieve here is an FIM world record. We're going to be in the 750 class, open, overhead cam.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
The current record is 100.3 mile per hour, but at Bonneville, anything can happen.
Went out for our first run and
Congratulations and thank you.
broke the record first try, 132.
You know, far exceeded what we expected today. We're really, really happy.
Once it makes the first run, Now you can bring the bike back, and then that's when the mechanics and the technicians all get to work to get this thing ready to go even faster.
It has been a really fun process going through with the guys and sort of exploring what those possibilities are and understanding how we could get the absolute most out of the motor.
When Kayla comes off the salt, there will be people that will wait for us to congratulate the rider. She pulls her helmet off and all this hair comes out and their jaws hit the ground. And they look at her almost confused.
Oh, it's not a he, it's a she.
Surprise.
For 744 is 139.48.
Well done.
You see Kayla come to the end and pull off her helmet, and just the smile is, you know, ear to ear. When somebody's on a Royal Enfield, we just want to put a grin on their face. That's it.
Shattering the people's expectations and what they think of you is definitely huge for me.
And here comes the 5 times world champion Johnny Britton on the way to make his 6th. 26 gold medals, 7 silvers, all-time Vase team members. The Royal Enfield factory team has the vault in a corner.
From the day I was born, I've been sinning. I'm a motherless child, Lord, and I keep on running. Oh, Lord. And the preacher asked my mother, if you lay with a man, and he struck down upon her with a cross in his hand. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. I am a godless child. Say the Lord don't like sinners, and the world don't like me. So I'll keep on singing, 'cause it's hard to be free. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. Said I am a godless child. Oh.
It's a magical sort of cathedral of motorsport, isn't it? You know, everyone wants to come to Bonneville.
Bonneville doesn't care if you're male or female, young or old. It's all the same salt. It's all the same record book.
I love surpassing people's expectations. They look at me and think, oh, you're just an 18-year-old little girl. What could you do? I don't even have to tell them. You just go out and show them on the bike.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
That's pretty fun to break these old men's hearts and take their records.
I knew from a little girl she was different.
Creativity is a huge part of my life. It's very important to me.
Kayla is a very passionate person, whether it's art or photography or racing.
Kayla and I have gone to Bonneville since she was 12 years old. You think that's gonna work, or we need to hone it out a little?
I think it's pretty good.
Good? So good or perfect?
It's perfect.
There you go, that's what I like.
Creativity means you're not just doing what everybody else is doing.
There is no textbook for building a Bonneville bike.
You can't be fearful when you're creating things.
We literally pulled the engine out of one of Royal Enfield's development bikes and have turned that into our race engine. The heart of the engine still carries back to the street bike, but the chassis and everything else we're using at Bonneville is a pure race Harris design.
It's important to talk a lot about the nature of collaboration that's gone into this build. We've got a lot of incredibly talented people.
You know, you build a new bike and you think you've done a good job, you think you've thought of everything, but you don't really know until you've run it.
Bike 744, an FIM entry is ready.
What we're trying to achieve here is an FIM world record. We're going to be in the 750 class, open, overhead cam.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
The current record is 100.3 mile per hour, but at Bonneville anything can happen.
Went out for our first run and
Congratulations and thank you.
broke the record first try, 132.
You know, far exceeded what we expected today. We're really, really happy.
Once it makes the first run, now you can bring the bike back, and then that's when the mechanics and the technicians all get to work to get this thing ready to go even faster.
It has been a really fun process going through with the guys and sort of exploring what those possibilities are and understanding how we could get the absolute most out of the motor.
When Kayla comes off the salt, there will be people that will wait for us to congratulate the rider. And she pulls her helmet off and all this hair comes out and their jaws hit the ground. And they look at her almost confused.
Oh, he's not a he, it's a she.
Surprise.
For 744 is 139.48.
Well done.
We see Kayla come to the end and pull off her helmet, and just the smile is, you know, ear to ear. When somebody's on a Royal Enfield, we just want to put a grin on their face. That's it.
Shattering the people's expectations and what they think of you is definitely huge for me.
And here comes the 5 times world champion Johnny Britton on the way to make his 6th. 26 gold medals, 7 silvers, all-time Vase team members. The Royal Enfield factory team has the vault in a corner.
From the day I was born, I've been sinning. I'm a motherless child, Lord, and I keep on running. Oh, Lord. And the preacher asked my mother, if you lay with a man, and he struck down upon her with a cross in his hand. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. I am a godless child. Say the Lord don't like sinners, and the world don't like me. So I'll keep on singing, 'cause it's hard to be free. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. Said I am a godless child.
It's a magical sort of cathedral of motorsport, isn't it? You know, everyone wants to come to Bonneville.
Bonneville doesn't care if you're male or female, young or old. It's all the same salt. It's all the same record book.
I love surpassing people's expectations. They look at me and think, oh, you're just an 18-year-old little girl. What could you do? I don't even have to tell them. You just go out and show them on the bike.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
It's pretty fun to break these old men's hearts and take their records.
I knew from a little girl she was different.
Creativity is a huge part of my life. It's very important to me.
Kayla is a very passionate person, whether it's art or photography or racing.
Kayla and I have gone to Bonneville since she was 12 years old. You think that's going to work, or we need to hone it out a little?
I think it's pretty good.
Good? So good or perfect?
It's perfect.
There you go, that's what I like.
Creativity means you're not just doing what everybody else is doing.
There is no textbook for building a Bonneville bike.
You can't be fearful when you're creating things.
We literally pulled the engine out of one of Royal Enfield's development bikes and have turned that into our race engine. The heart of the engine still carries back to the street bike, but the chassis and everything else we're using at Bonneville is a pure race Harris design.
It's important to talk a lot about the nature of collaboration that's gone into this build. We've got a lot of incredibly talented people.
You know, you build a new bike and you think you've done a good job, you think you've thought of everything, but you don't really know until you've run it.
Bike 744, an FIM entry is ready.
What we're trying to achieve here is an FIM world record. We're going to be in the 750 class, open, overhead cam.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
The current record is 100.3 mile per hour, but at Bonneville anything can happen.
Went out for our first run and
Congratulations and thank you.
broke the record first try, 132.
You know, far exceeded what we expected today. We're really, really happy.
Once it makes the first run, now you can bring the bike back, and then that's when the mechanics and the technicians all get to work to get this thing ready to go even faster.
It has been a really fun process going through with the guys and sort of exploring what those possibilities are and understanding how we could get the absolute most out of the motor.
When Kayla comes off the salt, there will be people that will wait for us to congratulate the rider. And she pulls her helmet off and all this hair comes out and their jaws hit the ground. And they look at her almost confused.
Oh, he's not he, it's a she.
Surprise.
Speed for 744 is 139.4 inches.
Well done.
We see Kayla come to the end and pull off her helmet, and just the smile is, you know, ear to ear. When somebody's on a Royal Enfield, we just want to put a grin on their face. That's it.
Shattering the people's expectations and what they think of you is definitely huge for me.
And here comes the 5-time world champion Johnny Bertrand on the way to make his 6th. 26 gold medals, 7 silvers, all-time best team members. The Royal Enfield factory team has the vault in a corner.
taking your respective trips from US and London and Asia and India and all for our Investor Day. Thank you once again. Most of you have heard me a lot over the last 8-9 years. Our story has changed because the business has changed. The business, well, in a way, business drivers have changed. The way we looked at, people have talked about it, the supply chain, the front end, the back end, everything has got to change a bit. I'll clamp up a bit now and let Subhranshu, who heads our brand and marketing function, take up the challenge to address a few things. The 3, 4, 5 things that we have heard, especially over the last 1 year. And it always amazes us because that's not what we think is happening. But if that's what is happening in some of your minds, then this is a good time and a place to address some of these things. So I think one of the questions we have heard is there a brand fade? Is Royal Enfield fading out because the sales are lower than last year? Is there a product fade? Or the converse of that, are you too dependent on Classic? The Classic still seems to be doing well and all that stuff. Does it pose a risk to the overall business model if one product does so exceedingly well? So we talk a lot about interactions, engagement with the customers, communities, riders and all this stuff, but what exactly are we trying to do over there? So there's a third piece that we like to cover in this presentation. People don't talk about it now, but there used to be this whole Karnataka-Maharashtra issue. What's happening over there? Why is the slowdown happening over there? But I suppose the larger question was that what's happening in the markets that we believe are over-indexed for us, where the market share is more than the average Indian market share of, say, 6%. So there are places where the market share is 6% plus. What's happening there versus what's happening in places where we are under-indexed for what we can do over here. So these are largely in this whole commercial kind of an area of a few things that we have said that have been mentioned to us. So we thought it's a good chance for us to talk about it. So I don't know, I give the mistake to ask Subhranshu to make a presentation, but he's a brand chap. He's completely filled it up with content and visuals and all that stuff. So hopefully that will be enjoyable too. And hopefully the message that we want to give to address all these 5, 6 questions will also land pretty well. And there are 2 ways to actually do all these things. One way, of course, is to say that, okay, this is the physical part of the business. This is the distribution, this is the dealer, this is the dealership, this is our rides team, and this is what they do. This is the communities that we work back on. So the physical part of it, which of course is very difficult to capture here. The other part is, which is more than just a proxy, it's a central part of who we are, is the digital dimension to address all these things. On the product, on the brand, on what we do with rides, how we engage with them digitally, and so on and so forth. So that will I hope that will give you a good non-physical sense, which is a very large part of our thinking. Our bandwidth goes to it in a very large sense. So that's what we would like to talk about. How we started, I mean, it was always there, but how we really made it into a structured process in the company itself about 4 years back, and how that is shaping up. So that's what we would like to cover over here, is the digital slice of the brand piece, or of the engagement piece, as it were. So, Subhranshu?
Yes. Thank you, Lalit. It's always good career prescription to hide behind your boss, especially if your boss is a big man, so I was following that advice. But now he has my back. Good afternoon. Very rarely in business do you get an opportunity to look back and for what you see to become guidance for the future. This is a quote that I've used in a presentation earlier as well. It's something that Siddharth had written in a coffee table book that got released in the year 2005 to mark the 50th year of Royal Enfield's presence in India. Mind you, that's 2005. It was many years before, as Siddharth mentioned, this phase of fantastic growth took off. And it was before the Classic became a runaway success on its own. So this is, even today, if you were to read it, it could suffice to be a mission statement or a linchpin for our identity. And this is the way in which we have always run this business. That's the inspiration with which even people who have arrived very recently, such as myself, this is the tutoring, this is the purpose, and it's been sort of really steadfast in terms of not wavering in good times or bad. Right. In a course of a year, we end up doing a lot, which covers events, rides, content, communication, digital innovations, new launches. And very often, because it's happening in a continuum, you don't take a break to, you don't have a pause to see what's happened. I thought this was a fit occasion, since everybody is here together, to take a minute to see what we have done in the course of the year that's just been concluded. Can I have the AV, please? Thank you. As you can see, not only the visual splendor, but it's just many things coming together. And that's also true of the business. There are many things which have been on for many years. There are things which have a novelty value. There are things that we are experimenting with, which we hope to take to scale. So in this part of the presentation, I'll address some of the things to do with both innovation as well as scale. Let's get to Google searches first. We live in a world where access and information and expertise, for that matter, is available to everybody. And in every single case, my Google is twice better than your PhD. So everybody has that access today in India, and everybody is ferreting out information by the day. Now, a lot of what you're seeing here is real, and it's already live. So in the course of the last year, in October, November, and December, we finished Google listing for all 1,700 store and service locations. So today, if you search, you'll find the 3 most proximate locations get prompted to you. And because that discoverability has happened, now we are in a position to go really deep and do miniature programs which are seized of the local context, which can derive a lot more traction and energy on that canvas, which is limited to a store and its catchment, for example, or a city and its catchment, or a state and its catchment, and also marry that to a lot of the content that we put out on social media. Now, this is erroneously being termed as a habit. It's not actually a habit. Digital lifestyles are becoming end-to-end, but by contrast, we want also to stand out as people who are actively engaged in a form of lifestyle. So you can find us on Google, but when you do, we want to cut through the line. We want you to meet us as Royal Enfield. We want you to go on your local dealer ride community rides. We want you to be engaged with all forms of motorcycling, whether it's maintenance, whether it's accessories, whether it's craftsmanship, customs. And a lot of that is being percolated through because of Google. Now, 2 points here. One is, as you can see, 28.5 lakh million searches. 28.5 million searches means 2.37 million a month. Now, that search volume is greater than the next 3 competitors put together. So we don't name competitors, but I'm happy to call them competitor 1, 2, and 3, right? So the next 3 put together don't get to what we do in a month. Mind you, we are still only scratching the surface. Let me give you one data point. 9 out of 10 searches that happen on Google in India happen with people who are otherwise actively browsing and looking for content which is vernacular in local Indian languages. Our share of search in vernacular is 1%, which means there is that much more of a world out there to explore. By the way, it's growing at 300%. The other evidence that we see with the proliferation of smartphones and internet access is that 60% of RE's search volume is coming from tier 2 towns, from non-metros. So if you were to leave out Delhi, Chennai, Calcutta, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, the rest of the towns are now contributing to 60% of our search volume. Lastly, we are now in a position to corroborate that data. We are able to see those people who searched and then eventually turned up in store. That linkage, because of the very fertile ecosystem that Google has on a variety of apps, that tangible evidence of who's searching and who's turning up for test rides and eventually doing transactions, that is known to us, and that's a very valuable source of data. I get to the website. Now, if you go to our current website, we launched it in November of last year. This website, by design, is intended to be sort of light years ahead of brochureware. So it is a community hub, it is a portal. It's also a place where both browsers and users are able to engage with the brand. It's intended to give them a personalized, logged-in experience. And how does that community building help us? Well, the numbers are there for you to see. The total website traffic has grown from 19.7 million 2 years ago to the number of 29.5 million now. And 92% of inquiries that get generated via our website, 92%, eventually confirms into leads. Whereas the number from other digital domains, the tendency to filter out is much more. When we launched the twins last year, website traffic surged to 4 million plus for a number of months. So that's the kind of headroom we have. We want our site to become an anchor for the community as well. I move on to social media, and again, as you can see, there is a pattern and a threading through logic here. Royal Enfield today has 6 million truly engaged members in the community. What's a powerful fact which is not put up here is we spend zero money, or we have spent zero money in creating this community. It is purely organic. What I mean by that is you will never find us doing a post or a message which says follow me or like me on Facebook or like, because that is not something we are cultivating. If putting out content, putting out a lot of material related to pure motorcycling, and because it is aspirational, because it is highly engaging, we are seeing a surge in that number. And also, as you can see, the largest two are Facebook and Instagram, which is also very promising from a content curation standpoint because people are engaging with a lot of video, and they're engaging with younger audiences through Instagram as well. Our content has always been man, machine, and terrain, and without exception, as we get into social media, we are encouraging all our users to contribute in the same funnel, in the same modality. And 60 to 70% of all social media content that we have, 70%, up to 70% of our social media content is user-generated. What I mean by that, English weather, it's always a little wet. What I mean by user-generated content is we have a permission management system. We spot something which is promising. We put it through the brand filters. Our community is always rewarding us with permissions to use their material and give them more exposure. And that's the kind of storytelling that's happening every single day. And this is also evidence of what Lalit was mentioning earlier. If there was fatigue, if there was some amount of bewilderment, if people are not really deeply anchored and associated with the brand, you wouldn't see a consistent growth in traffic. In the month of May, we have had 18% growth in our website visits, as against industry average of 15-odd%. So this continuous growth in destination traffic, this continuous growth in social community, this continuous growth in people rewarding us or engaging or co-creating with us, and our being able to use that material for our social media channels is evidence that there is very alive and sort of vibrant connection with the brand. Now, how do we, I just mentioned that we have a system by which we can reach out to community and say, hey, I liked what you did. We want to put it on our channels at Royal Media, Royal Enfield. How do we do that? That's because there is a state-of-the-art facility, and this I can unhesitatingly say I think is best in breed, and I've worked in several verticals in industries, but certainly in auto, there is a very evolved center for social listening, sentiment mapping, trend analysis, and also curating a lot of the material that we get. So as you can see, 300 daily queries are handled, and we are in that journey to take it from a listening center to an active engagement center. 300 queries are handled daily with real-time tagging and escalation. There are 750 plus brand advocates who are actively seeding stories across that ecosystem of their own volition. It's not like they're on a contract to do that. So that's the powerful thing. Then we are tracking more than 200,000 mentions, engagements routinely. And this is where, when something gets high traction, when it's getting high engagement, when it's getting high shares and likes, we are able to zoom in. It beeps on our radar, and then we ask them for their permission. And also, like I mentioned, 70% of our content is permission-based, and that the number that feeds that is 50,000 images and videos scanned every month for tagging. So that is why we are now actively working on digital solutions for curating this amount of content. That's another Google happening, right? So 50,000 a month into several years in the past, that library of content, if it can be tagged and used for reaching out to the right set of intenders, it's a very powerful stimulus. I come to rides now. Everything we do has two missions. One, we honor riders, and the product is at the center of the circle. This is irrespective of what part of the world you're with, Royal Enfield. Riding is an essential part of the mix that we bring to market. And in our India market today, there are more than 100,000 rides registrations in the fiscal year 18-19, with 8,700 independent rides. But the brute majority of them, more than 90% of them, are happening at the dealer level. So there are 800 dealers. We typically aim to have at least one ride out with the dealer a month. But there are still 80 to 90 of these marquee properties, tours, epic events, which have in many ways got institutionalized. Some of them, like the Tour of Thailand or the Tour of Colombia, are hardly 2 years in, they're very recently born. But all of them have seen the same love from the community, the same engagement. Ridermania, as you know, is an institution in Goa, and that's one of the 3 largest open-gate branded events where the community comes together. This was my first time last year, and it was almost like a pilgrimage for them to come and then feel the spirit of being together.
So, so that was on this. On the distribution side, Siddharth sketched a bit of a history of the decade of 2000 and what we did between 2000 and 2008 and so on and so forth. That was also a time that since the sales of the company were stagnant or flat, we were not even getting the right kind of dealers to engage with us. Or the dealers who wanted to engage with us did their own little things and that, this is all that we can do. This is all that we can afford to do. Basically, they were saying that if you are big and growing and all this stuff, we'll put in much more. But if you're not, then, well, this is it. And we said, now, how to change that mindset? So that was the time that we, in a way, templated out our brand retail identity. We have not called it like that, 1.0. And really pushed it hard to make one exclusive store in a Bangalore, in a Hyderabad, in a Kochi, in a Coimbatore, places that the dealers were a little unimpressed with us. And there was a good reason for them to unimpress also, because from their perspective, the sales was not growing. And that was our beacon for that particular city or even that region. A few cities around that, oh my God, this Royal Enfield store really looks different. I think the one store that caught a lot of eyes was a store in Chennai, at Adyar. And there we know we had clicked on something which was really helping us. Just the ambience of the store, the walk-in of the store, and the way customers reacted to what he was seeing in the store without even thinking of the bike at that point in time was quite an insight that we knew that at some point in time, when the time comes, we will build on that. And sure enough, 2013, we started rolling out the identity that you see in all the stores. Do you have the
scroll for the...
Anyway, there's a scroll which talks about all the stores that we have around the world, all the exclusive stores that we have around the world. In India, about 900 odd. Around the world, right now, about 42. With a few differences for local topical matters, they look pretty much the same. The identity is truly unified at this point in time. Others struggle with it and so on and so forth, but we just wrote it out. It's to not come. So that was the second phase. Started in 2013, pretty much ended in about in the next 3 years, where all the stores of the past were converted to this identity. And that's what you see in the stores right now. But what these stores were doing for us, not these stores, but what the stores were doing for us is that they were still great stores, great dealer experience, the customer experience over there, linked to that profitability in what the stores could do and all the stuff, was good for urban, semi-urban, maybe even if at a stretch, a semi-rural kind of a business. It was definitely not something that rural India would be able to manage. As in a dealer, if he opens that kind of a store over there with all the costs, and by the way, they're all very lean, we never thought that the dealer would turn profitable. Now, franchise profitability is also extremely important in this whole scheme of things. This is the store. You only see a drawing of it because the first of the store has not been launched yet. But this is our first, I don't want to sound dramatic, but this is the first rural foray into India at least. This store, like you can see over there, is about 225 of front area storage, front area space. A typical store in a Delhi and a Mumbai or even some of the other towns around the world is nothing less than 1,500 square feet. So this is at a scale almost 1/6. It can manage to service 2 bikes at a stretch. We don't expect these stores to do more than, depending on place to place, more than 12 to 20 bikes a month. And that's almost 1/6 of what a typical store in a large city would do for us. Right now, the plan is to open about 350 of these stores this year. But if it works well and all the stuff, this number would be in thousands, because that's where, especially in North India, we found that beyond a certain city limit, we can't even get into those kind of places while the demand is still there. So just to be closer to the customer, not only in terms of his sales of the bikes, but also for when he or she wants to come back for service of the bikes. So this is our big distribution thrust. So this year the plan is to do 350 of these stores. There's parallel to that is also about 80 more stores of the typical size and hue that you've seen us do around the country. So that number is still there. And this is the new distribution model that we have begun to start on. By the end of the year, we should be all put together, big and small, at about 1,350 stores.
Mm-hmm. Right. The story of the classic.
So classic is all that you have heard from the customers and the dealers you met. Right now, the classic only base is about 2.3 million. And bear in mind, the first classic was made and kind of rolled off just about 10 years back. So it's been the first UC bike was based on classic itself, and then of course all the other bikes were converted onto the UC platform. So this has done this big hockey stick kind of a growth. This has led the hockey stick kind of a growth for all these years. Just go next. Okay. And I'll just talk about this, or maybe Subhranshu will, is that the story of classic was the story of classic that Bangalorean loved at lots, and a person in Pune and Bombay and all the top 8, 9 metro towns in the country loved a lot in 2009 and 10. Because that's where they first saw this bike from the brand they always wanted to aspire for. But the product at that point in time, the pre-classic range of product that we have, was something that were not inspiring enough. Classic kind of settled that brand, product, customer linkage for us. And we grew on the strength of classic. I remember 2014 it was, then we first started opening our first few stores in Bihar, which is east of the country. I also remember the sales staff were placing orders on the manufacturing saying, I need X number of bullets because I'm going to Bihar, and that's what, Bihar is a bit rural. There's supposed to be a bullet market, supposed to be a bullet market. So we're ordering like 80% bullets and maybe 20% classics. Within a few days of the store getting opened, they reversed the whole thing out. They said, no. This is 80% classic and 20% bullets. And we were just wondering as to what the hell happened, because this was supposed to be, in our minds at least, was supposed to be more of a bullet market than a classic market. And they said the inspiration for Royal Enfield on a classic is coming from what people are seeing the Delhiites buy, the people in Calcutta buy, the people in Bombay buy, the people in Bangalore buy. These are the places in India which set the trends. And if everybody is buying a classic, then why should we be left behind? And the differential between the two bikes at that point in time was not more than 10,000 bucks. So that's how the classic story kind of, almost like a viral kind of spread. People were wanting to buy a classic, but there was a bullet constituency in every place all the time. Of course, in a few markets, we are very highly over-indexed on bullet, like Kerala and Punjab, and some of the other markets still prefer bullet in large numbers. But all these new converts to our fold, they were just wanting classics. And the story still goes on. Even now, as we go to Eastern UP and some of the other places where the market share is not very high, and we just started building our distribution over there, the overwhelming demand is still classic. So it begs the question that people who are new to Royal Enfield, maybe the first bike that they choose is a classic or a bullet. And now what are we going to do about the folks who are not so new to Royal Enfield, who have spent about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years within the Royal Enfield family? What about them? So we'll talk about what about them, but the brand fade is being addressed over here. No, just go to...
So really the point, my bad that the scroll that was on Classic was not running, but what we were trying to show was the number of expressions and renditions over the year. And yet we see at the source of growth, there is a proliferation of options. There are many new motorcycle models, and yet in every dimension, and this is of course a brand health track that we run monthly and we consolidate quarterly. It's done by Kantar, Millward Brown. We have a panel of more than 3,000 respondents. It's a heterogeneous panel, gets constituted in urban tier 1 and urban tier 2 between current owners, intenders and lapsers. So I'm saying if you see the total attribution, awareness is something you can cut a check for at some point in time and run a big high decibel campaign and get awareness for your brand going, but you can't do that for aspiration and for top 2 box consideration. So when somebody's asked a question, which are the 2 motorcycles that you will, models that you will definitely consider when opting for a 200cc plus motorcycle, and you are consistently named, you know that that couldn't be in any sense a brand erosion. And these numbers, 1,400 basis points and 400 basis points ahead, respectively in both of those, gives us a great sense of confidence and comfort at the same time.
And pretty much these numbers have not even changed for the last 4, 5 years that we've been doing.
That's right. And we'll show you other evidence of corroborating this with share of search as well as market share. When you take a time-dilated view of it, these fluctuations seem to be within a very narrow band. I'll move to the market construct.
So 2010, 11 and all, we knew there was one India with 4 cities or 8 cities. That's what we focused most of the distribution, and that's what it got us going over there. And then we moved to the next level of urban towns, urban cities, and the next level, and the next level, and the next level. So at the end of the day, well, there are many ways to cut what you want to see as to our brand strength, our sales strength, and all the stuff. But this is one cut where if you see the darker, well, the darker green, which is state of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana, and so on and so forth, and Maharashtra and so forth. This is where our market share is more than 8% or more than 7%. Anywhere between 6-7% to about 12%. And we're calling it over-index, but then the real over-index state in my mind will be the state of Kerala on the left, which is actually 33%. That's where you know that 33 can it become 45 or 50. It's difficult. 33 can become 34, 35, 36 and all. That's where we believe that the mental market share and the physical market share are really at the top level with incremental scope of improvement. But if you can replicate a Kerala in at least 2, 3, 4, 5 of these states, then it looks a very different game. But we can't do it now. Can't do it with the way we have thought about the whole company at this point in time. Right now, in a central brand teams, central marketing teams and all the stuff, we thought that this is India, this is one country. Whatever appeals to somebody in Kerala will also appeal to somebody in Odisha and so on and so forth. Well, the answer is that this size and scale that we have now, we have also uncovered something which it's commonsensical to everybody, but it takes a company to uncover these things as we roll along, is that Kerala is very different in the way it consumes content. Kerala is very different in the way they react to a ride or a community event. Every state, well, you can go down to cities also, but every state has a very individualistic and a very personal kind of take on the way they want to see us do things which appeal to them. So we can't have one template which fits the country for everything that we are doing. And that is being reflected now in the way we are structured also. So as opposed to the past, there were sales chaps who were in charge of all these states. There was a largely centrally controlled brand, marketing, PR, rights, community piece, which was trying to do various things in various parts of the country. And now we're saying that in some of the places that you see over here, we will, in a way, snatch or pluck out the entire quote-unquote marketing piece and give it to the regions themselves. Let the Kerala head figure out as to what he needs for his state, or what the Maharashtra chap figure out what he needs for a state, not in terms of the way sales are happening, which of course remain their responsibility, but the way the whole brand is being looked at, perceived, and felt. So everything in a few of these places that you see over here, that's our next level of organizational development that is going to happen now. We have plugged out these two states. You know, 2010, 100% of these sales was either Classic and a small number of Thunderbird, 100%. Right now, come 8-9 years, 2019, or this is last year, so 2018, in about 8 years' time, just move to the left because I
quarter
don't
of
think people can see. The non-Classic sales, which is Thunderbird, Twins, and the Himalayan, is a good 25%. It was not the case about 8 years back. And I think that's the reset. We'll talk about the company being in transition. Vinod also spoke about it. I think that's what you're seeing at the regional level. These guys have been seeing Classics and Bullets and Thunderbirds for a while now, and they're saying, okay, what next? And in came Himalayan, in came Twins. Twins, of course, still very new. And that's what they want to move on to next. So that's a state of, in a way, maturity, or their appeal to the brand has moved on to the next level. People, if you see in the under-indexed state, the light green states are still at a Classic and a Bullet level at this point in time. We don't do much Twins over there. We don't do much Thunderbirds over there. And the similar trend, if you were to cut out Tamil Nadu and so on and so forth, all the similar trends that you can see. The numbers are anywhere between 20 and 30% in these states is non-Classic sales.
Also, on the far left, you'll see we've just tried to put a dashboard representation of the kind of variation that you will see in the course of a year on endorsements for consideration as well as aspiration. And as you can see, it barely moves about 2 percentage points, even though the panel is constituted and reconstituted. So the pickup is the same, but the variance is very little, which shows that it is not at all on account of, and that's an all-India number, so it's a blend of pickup from under-indexed citadel markets as well as over-indexed markets. But the fluctuation in terms of aspiration as well as awareness is really minimal when you look at it in the course of 12 months.
This further dwells down in the point I was trying to make. This is one other cut that you can take off the way India is. There's no India in this sense, so we're talking about states. Sorry about the word PST, but basically it means 150cc and above bikes. So where in the total bike market, where the 150cc plus is 23.5% plus, but Royal Enfield it's cut across, the Royal Enfield market share within the PST is either less than 26% or more than 26%. So that's how you see this, the states have automatically kind of moved into these 4 quadrants. You can choose whether you need to drive more differentiation or something else needs to be done. But there are 4 different things to be done, even if you take a cluster below India level. And of course, then you go state level and so on and so forth. There are many different agendas that will have to be set by us. But that's one level below the India level is what this chart speaks about. Just on the second quadrant over here, the potential is still very great. But the penetration, our penetration is quite low. So these are the markets over there. Andhra, Telangana, Northeast, Odisha, and so on and so forth, where although the PST is not too bad, 23.5%, but we are less than 26%. So that's the next future, well, distribution, BTL, the below the line activities and so on and so forth will be done much more over there. And to us, that's what drives awareness, because with awareness will come the next step of taking the bike for a test ride, which is the experience part of it. Making sense, or this is getting too complicated? You asked for complications, so I'm giving you complications now.
I'll move.
Yeah.
Right. So this representation is another way in which we are showing you from January 17th through till the present time, each one of the various launches and introductions into the market. And the brown line that you see there is basically share of search. And as you can see, the band that it moves in is between 30 to 45%. In the most recent quarter, we are at 37% share of search. And the only dip really that's happened was in the period of October, November, and December, when we migrated to our new website, Web 3.0. And because Google tags, the whole stack for identifiable URLs had to shift. And it's, by the way, a consistent thing. It happens across the world. When you have a new destination site, the traffic will drop because they have the discoverability for that site takes a period of time for it to recover to the old traffic levels. And that has been the case for us as well. And like I said, in the most proximate quarter, we are at 37% share of search. Again, if you see share of market, again, it tends to be consistently in the same zone. So over a longer period in time, say across 2 calendar years, we don't see the evidence of any brand-related fatigue or erosion that may be a concern in terms of eventual sales. Now, I get to the community in terms of how we have an opportunity for upgrades within the portfolio. And that's the point Lalit was making earlier. If you were to cut the market into 4, it's not to suggest that there aren't upgradation opportunities in every one of them, but the salience with which that plan has to be driven, the single-minded purpose for low penetration, low potential market should be to be able to provide them accessibility, whether it takes finance or it takes physical reach. Those are the ways in which that market is going to shape up. But as Siddharth was also saying, upgradation and premiumization, this rise of affluence, the demand structure is abundantly in evidence in all markets, and because we have such a large bike park now, that upgradation opportunity will accrue to us very, very positively. And the first and the most recent evidence is the launch of the Twins. If you see the kind of reception that it has had, it's had more than 40 cover stories across the world. Bidisha, of course, was leading from the front when it got launched, but the fact that editorial coverage, consumer sharing, commentary from interested people, even critics, everywhere universally it was acknowledged that it is a flawless delivery of 2 great motorcycles in the market. The value was spoken of in glowing terms, and it has already shown us traction. We can safely make the claim of having doubled the segment right from the time that we have launched this motorcycle. Not only consumer reception and not only market prospects, but also acclaim from those who are really in the know. So those people who understand motorcycling, the various institutions that award and create rewards for categories across the board, including Indian Motorcycle of the Year. We have won those awards, and some of those verbatims are for you to see. It doesn't really get better than that. And so I think UKTC team can take a bow here, a very large contribution, and paves the way for successful premiumization in the future. Right. I could live with being called the perfect motorcycle. If you see in terms of upgrades, 55% of all Twins customers are upgraders from 350cc Royal Enfield. And if you see what has worked for us, it's incredible value. It's been recognized. It's consumer sentiment, both in terms of what we are offering and the price at which it is being offered. Also, the launch phase buzz, that momentum never really died. And from the launch in November till date, you bear witness, we have not done any above-the-line program. There is no TV campaign. There's no conventional 360-degree push being given to it. It is because of the value and because of the community that got abuzz with the offering that positive word of mouth and sentiment has galloped ahead. And also, it is being acknowledged across that it's pretty much flawless quality delivery. And those of you who have experienced the bikes in the ride today or earlier would also would have experienced that.
And frankly, in the earlier part, I mean, about a few months back when the twins were just beginning to get retailed, we thought, this 55% was not even thought about. It was more like 80% of folks who are going to buy this one are going to come to the Royal Enfield family because the premiumization effect is largely on these chaps. But this number actually has stayed where it was. So I'm including the bookings and this, that, and the other. So over the last 6 months, it's still early days. We don't know where it will finally land. But we all thought overwhelming majority will be from Royal Enfield, but half of it actually is from Royal Enfield. 45% is coming from somewhere else, some other brands. So that's in a way very heartening to know. And this, of course, from a product quality standpoint also, from all that we have done and made so far, this really stands heads and shoulders above everything that we have done. So one is who these guys are, Royal Enfield, non-Royal Enfield, that's one cut, and where they're coming from. So this is what I spoke about. Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Pune are about half of the customers are coming from just these 6 places, or 7 places, 6 places. We've not even opened up twin sales in pan-India yet. So we are still restricting ourselves to about top 20 towns, top 25 towns. But really these towns where, by the way, Classic has been a bike which they have seen for the last 10 years or so. The old Thunderbird, not the one that we launched 1.5 years back, the old Thunderbird also has been a bike they've been seeing around for the last, 2002 so about 15 years now. These are the chaps who have just kind of lapped it up slightly stronger than everybody else. Not contrary to expectation, but this was Classic. By the way, 10 years back, had we done this presentation, you can remove the word twins and say Classic. You would have got pretty much the same kind of numbers. So that's what a decade of us has given to us. Early signs, let's see how it settles. But twins, in a very different manner, should set the upgrade cycle which Classic did from the other brands, and twins should do from the Royal Enfield and non-Royal Enfield brands. The age group profile is also very interesting over here. The GT looks, when we launched first in 535cc, were really admired. People loved the looks. In India, in UK, in US, everywhere else. But because of this crowd kind of posture, they were not buying it in that many kind of numbers. But it's the relatively younger folks who are now lapping up GT, the 18 and 30-year folks. About 22% of the sales is GT, 650cc. And the balance is, of course, Interceptor, and a slightly older age group, because the posture is such that it's a little more comfortable just if you were to ride straight. That's what is lapping up the Interceptor. So those are the couple of city cuts and the age cuts that we have for the twins.
I want to speak to you about this end-to-end digital capability that will manifest itself in another way, which is how do we engage with the customer and lead to end-to-end CRM capabilities. Today we have a fairly robust CRM program, but you are affiliated into that program once you have become a Royal Enfield customer. We send you information, we send you updates, and depending on how regularly you are perusing the content that we send to you, you get drawn in to a tighter circle and receive more from us. But there is a lot more happening in the digital world. Those footprints are accessible to us, people permit us, that cookie pool is available to us. The streams of data that we have today is through our walk-in customers, so DMS. There is a degree of transaction that happens on the website, so Shopify data comes to us. Rides registrations, people put up their hand and give us their information for joining rides and community events. And lastly, through field activations, so you will have on-the-ground activations where people engage with us and give us their information. Now, if all of this was to be pieced together as a single view of the customer, and then you have an analytics-based personalization, which is possible to do, then we are able to not only respond to them with more empathy, but also proactively look after their needs in every area of their engagement with the brand. And that would span from, from service to inquiries to test rides to booking and purchase, eventual delivery, and then the most important, the community engagement, because fact of the matter is you're not buying a motorcycle every day. But the funnel with which this information gets collated can then be cut two ways. One is I do smarter campaigns. As Royal Enfield, I tell you more about what you're interested in knowing. And when you come to my site, I have full transparency to what you are seeing, which site, which pages you are interacting with. So I remarket to you based on your propensities and your tendencies to consume. The other part, of course, is at the last mile. So when you come to the store, I will have a more targeted, more purposeful engagement with you at the last mile, and then land you quickly for a test ride and experiencing the kind of motorcycle that you want from our portfolio. So this end-to-end capability is really beyond transactional, and we genuinely feel that this will lead to much enhanced level of customer delight. I've spoken, I alluded to the user-generated content, but all of these that you see here are pieces of content that users put up, we took permission for, and gave further exposure to on our own channels. And on average, we see that the best performing user-generated content pieces get at minimum 40 to 60,000 engagements. Now, that proves to you two things. One, that there is a community and they're leaning forward. And I got that evidence on the 14th of November when we had the launch for the twins in Goa. We had done what is fairly plain vanilla YouTube masthead for our launch film. And in that one day, we got a 1 billion, 100 crore opportunity to see. That was the footprint on YouTube. And our community size doubled to 250,000 in a single day. And that's become a Google case study. It's in their annual report as well for India. So the population surged to a double in one day. And of the 14, 15 million people who saw the film end to end, that was a 2-minute, 32-second film. And for all of us who are on YouTube, we know we have an itch to get over the ad the moment the ad starts playing to get to the eventual content. Double-digit million people watching a 2-minute, 32-second video end to end. It shows a great deal of affinity and a lean-forward behavior to engage with us. And that's really the power of the user-generated content as well.
I'll just draw your attention to the number of views that you can see at the top of, just below the films. This is not push, there's no promotion. These are folks coming and wanted to see user-generated content. This is not even our content. So authenticity of what is being played out on our sites is so much more higher when it comes from, not from the company or not from the brand, but from the users themselves.
Now, there are two other things which are related to the way in which we are exploring rides with the community. One is to do with genres of interest and subcultures. And while we feel that everybody who is a part of our riding community has an interest in developing riding into being a commanding passion in their life, but we don't think people are monochromatic. So they obviously have other interests that are also compelling for them. And these, if they resonate with these subcultures, and then can be brought together as a riding community or a subcluster, then it gives them enhanced joy and gratification, because I'm on a ride, and I'm on a ride with people who are interested in wildlife photography or stargazing or rock climbing and so on. These two interest vectors, when they combine, it gives us much more amplified sort of returns in terms of community engagement. And the second part is specific rides featuring specific models of motorcycles. And here we are doing two things. One is creating new culture. So for instance, there was a ride format called Night Out, and we know that a large part of urban professional corporate community, they work during office hours and they would still like to ride on a routine basis. Then it's great for them to ride out at night. And so we experimented with that format very successfully. The other one was Whiteout, which is really a torture test for terrain and for the motorcycle in snowbound conditions. So these are the kind of formats that we experiment with, but ideally a marriage of a genre of interest plus a specific ride which is custom built for a particular model. Again, one of the distinctive features of our rides as against, let's say, there is firstly no fetish for driving exhibitionism. It's not about, the group doesn't come together in a sort of show-offish, narcissistic way. It's about genuinely pure, good old motorcycling, love of exploration and the outdoors. Now, therefore, we are obliged to do more and more in all the things that are on trend and are seeing interest across the world. And flat track happens to be one of them. And in India, with 800 retail points, if each catchment could have a funneling up of people, and we could provide access and opportunities for people to engage with flat track, we feel this subculture could really sort of accelerate into a very large community of followers. So that's another part of our plans for the current year, is to actively go out and try and engage people with flat track racing. Can I have the customs video, please? Again, it's out there on the walls, and Siddharth also made a mention of it, because structurally we are fairly sort of simple and pared down. It's easy for customizers to have brilliant expressions and custom models designed around Royal Enfield motorcycles. But for us, also from an intender's standpoint, from the lay community, when they see great work amounting to sort of art being done with custom renditions, then it also has a tug at their heart. And it also obviously accrues very positively to the brand, because they're like, wow, I didn't know you could do that with Royal Enfield. And all of these customs, expressions get disproportionate amounts of PR, as against, let's say, a conventional launch or a conventional activity. And we have seen evidence of that even in terms of celebratory rides on Indian Motorcycle of the Year with Interceptor. I did something in Pune where we got 2 customs expressions placed, and everybody was wow. They're like kids in a candy store. But more importantly, it's about the higher possibilities of what customs gets to us. And this is again a program. It's being experimented with in Australia, New Zealand, and the US. But in India, we want to drive this in a very significant and in an institutionalized way. Right. So, we believe that Royal Enfield is sort of a significant icon. It's a presence in India's culture and social space. We also believe it's possible to do good and do well at the same time. It's not to be charitable or philanthropic and cut a check and give it to some endowment kind of a way. So, as Siddharth alluded, he is himself spearheading a very serious commitment to defining corporate purpose. And we believe it can resonate very actively with brand purpose as well. And Vidisha is also actively leading that project on our behalf. We expect during the course of this year to commence on activities that then funnel in a lot of what else could be done across the country and indeed across the world. So it's beyond just corporate social responsibility. It is to put this stated brand purpose very close to, the social purpose has to be at the heart of what we do, and therefore be resonant with our brand purpose as well. And this is an exercise that is on as we speak.
So a lot of topical stuff that we had done. For example, about a year back, slightly less than that, Kerala floods happened. We only engaged with our own riders and the Riders Club. So we gave them packets of food and some of the other stuff they need to kind of get their lives back. But the distribution in the 3-4 top towns which are hit worse by the floods in Kerala was done by our riders. Last month there was Hurricane Fani happening in one particular state in India, Odisha. Again, we use the same model over there. Instead of giving it to other agencies and stuff like that, which one can also do. But we chose to engage with the riders who felt it was absolutely sense of, I won't say gratification, but absolutely the sense of engagement that this is something that we're able to do for the cities that they live in. So just a couple of examples over here. There's much more to be done. We are doing a lot of the stuff, but the unification of all the social activities, I think will happen in a few months' time. And that's when we'll have a clearer definition of what we believe to be our brand purpose.
Right. So for the immediately post-lunch session, I think we've done rather well. I can see almost all of you are awake. But to conclude, we are looking to leverage the power of social and user-generated content. I evidenced to you, hopefully, that if even a percentage of that could positively get into a virtuous loop, which means not only are people actively engaged as a part of the community, but they're contributing. They're not only users of content, but also disseminators and contributors. We feel that that amplification will be way more than the conventional advertising, which we anyways don't do. Secondly, we want to explore a full portfolio strategy. We don't look at India as a monolithic market, and as explained, we feel in many of the under-indexed markets are the embryos for sort of tomorrow's developed and over-indexed markets. So this full portfolio strategy means a market opportunity with one model or the other as a segue to drive deeper penetration and easier access. Then we believe that that need not be done with exactly the same retail format as has led us to 900 stores. We believe 350 stores could potentially be a starting point for another studio or activity center format, which gives us, as Lalit mentioned, deeper penetration into urban and rural markets. And lastly, we are alert, we are aware, we have the radar on, and we want that the Royal Enfield Command Center should now grow in leaps and bounds and become the epicenter for all the things that we do digitally, because the fact is consumer lifestyle is becoming digital, and a large part of their due diligence and engagement with brands is happening on the in the digital domain. So we want to journey from just being an insight, sentiment, and messaging kind of a center to an active activity and action center. And that beginning was made about 2-3 years ago, and we are looking to get to the next stage of Royal Enfield's social and internet presence via the command center. So that's our presentation for today, and we'll be happy to take questions during the Q&A. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you're all awake, at least according to Shubhranshu. So, I think I do have the most difficult time period. So you've had some loud music and video. Unfortunately, I don't have either. So I'll just use my energy and maybe my loud voice, and hopefully we'll carry through to the next session and the tea break. So what I'm going to be discussing is our global strategy. And Siddhartha talked about that. Well, I guess I got to flip here, huh? There we go. All right. So Siddhartha talked about some of this, so I'm going to just go through it quickly. But our most recent international strategy is fairly recent. If you don't go back to 1901, but you go back to, say, 1970, it was really focused on the India market. Even through most of the 90s, it was only after Eicher picked up Royal Enfield did they start opportunistically looking outside of India and selling some motorcycles to distributors who would take care of everything. They'd buy the motorcycles, and they took care of everything within those markets. But it's only recently that we've really shifted our strategy from an opportunistic approach to a true international growth strategy. And that's what I'll be talking about here. And part of the reason is because we really believe there's an opportunity there, and the other is Royal Enfield's ready to become a global company. And so part of that is actually investing resources in key markets. And we've done that in 3 different markets, in the United States or North America, in Brazil, as well as in Thailand. And so we've shifted our strategy, we're doubling down, and it is going to be a long journey though. It's one that we're going to take our time and learn. And Siddhartha talked about the middleweight segment and why we believe it's a growth opportunity in both mature markets as well as developing markets. And the right-hand slide, part of this slide is actually in the Eicher Motors investor packet, so I'm not going to talk about it much. But the beauty of it is, in developing markets, everybody is interested in moving up to the next, or the premium, or the larger motorcycle. So the middleweight segment is definitely growing in the developing markets. In the mature markets, there's a new dynamic happening in mature motorcycle markets. And believe it or not, people are actually downsizing. And the middleweight segment is right now, in most of the markets, the only growing segment. So we're hitting it from both ends, and there's opportunity in both developed markets, or mature markets and developing markets. We are going to take our time, we're going to learn, and we have, like we do with most areas of the business, but we've identified some key international markets that we're going to focus on. And today I'm just going to talk about a couple of those. The first is North America. Again, not a huge market if you look at true total volumes, but a very important market and one that we believe influences most other markets, motorcycle markets around the world. So it's a real influential market. While we only sell in total just over 400,000 motorcycles, new motorcycles a year in North America, which is Canada and the United States, and you can see that dropped off significantly after the global Great Recession, from over 1 million units down to about 400,000, and it hasn't really grown much. So you'd look at that and you might say, well, let's not go into that market. But what's important to know is that there's over 9 million motorcycles registered there. So there's a lot of used motorcycles. There's a lot of motorcycle enthusiasts, and that's a great opportunity for Royal Enfield as well, because of what we offer. Our brand is authentic, we provide a pure motorcycling experience, and we can do it in an accessible and affordable manner. The North America market, this is the competitive landscape. Not a surprise that Harley-Davidson is the market share leader, but you can see it gets very fragmented after that. So it's dominated by heavyweight motorcycles, but the middleweight segment is growing actually quite rapidly. And so we're enthused by that, and we truly believe that we can make our way onto this chart and up on the chart over the next 3 to 5 years. So when we started our most recent effort in North America, we did a lot of learning. Learned about the market, learned what's going to work, what's not. We can't just pick up what worked in India and try that in a new market. So we went in and we really started setting up the business, which is the hard work. It's the processes, it's the systems, it's the infrastructure, it's building a dealer network. And in the United States, we can't expect business people to invest in exclusive Royal Enfield stores when the brand is not known and the volumes and the margins may not be enough to make it financially feasible. So we went to existing motorcycle dealers, multi-branded outlets. And now we have a total of almost 100 dealers across North America. And we also looked at the brand awareness piece. Most people weren't familiar with the Royal Enfield brand. Some of the longtime or the vintage motorcycle owners were, but we needed to get out there and do it in a very cost-effective manner. So using brand ambassadors, using digital and social, as Shubhranshu had mentioned, taking those learnings from India and applying those into the United States and Canada. Phase 2, which I'll say kind of began about 12 months ago, is a lot more fun. So running the business is a lot more fun than setting it up. Setting up is a lot of hard work. But now that we're running the business, we can really focus a little bit more of our attention on the front end and the consumer and the dealers. And we did that by trying to, again, how do we do that most cost effectively? And what we did is we really focused on the next new product that we were introducing into the United States, and that's the Himalayan. We took the opportunity to have a very big media ride where we invited 15 journalists for a couple of days, taught them about the brand, so we had a smaller scale of what you see in the back to really reintroduce them into the Royal Enfield brand, the current Royal Enfield brand. And we gave them a great riding experience, both on-road and off-road, and the impact was wonderful. Over the next 12 months, it more than doubled the sales within North America. In fact, a couple of the journalists went and bought a Himalayan as their personal motorcycle because they were so enthused about the motorcycle itself, because it really created a new niche or category within the US market, where again, the US market was used to very big, expensive motorcycles, but the Himalayan really got people thinking differently. And so we're going to leverage the learnings from this as we move into the twins, especially in North America. Shubhranshu showed a video, so I won't go into the detail, but we were fortunate enough to host the global media ride for the twins in Santa Cruz, California, which as a backdrop is a great backdrop for this global ride because Santa Cruz is the home of surfing. That's where surfing was born. And in the mid-'60s, the Interceptor was really kind of a surf scene motorcycle. So we were able to reintroduce the modern Interceptor in California to the global media, and it worked out wonderfully. We had over 120 journalists from around the world. We give each of them a couple of very solid days of riding. We taught them a lot, again, about the brand, and the impact was very, very significant. And you saw the numbers from the previous presentation, but over 38 magazine covers, a lot of great press. And that is having a huge impact, not just in India, but around the world. And again, in the US, we're going to take this, and now we have just started our consumer launch of the twins in the United States and Canada. And we're taking it right to the consumers at the local level. And so we have a very busy schedule. We've done 4 events already. We've rented a semi, we've wrapped it with the big logo, so it's a driving billboard. And in each one of these cities, we have a day-and-a-half event with music and food and art, but most importantly, with demo or test rides. So it's getting the consumer, the motorcyclist, excited, getting them on the motorcycle, because we know when they ride the motorcycle, it's going to far exceed their expectations. And so we've done 4 cities, and the results have been great. We've done hundreds of demo rides, and we've been selling the twins for about a month in the United States, and the demand is huge, and we're putting a lot of pressure on our friends at the manufacturing facility to give us more, because demand exceeds supply right now. Switching to another international market, I just have taken over the Latin American market, and so we're a couple of years, I would say, behind there, because we kind of started in North America. But we'll talk a little bit about some of the opportunities in Latin America. The first is Brazil. Again, we opened up a wholly owned subsidiary there about 2 years ago. As Siddhartha said, we started with 1 dealer. Let's learn, let's understand. The good news is the motorcycle industry is about 1 million units a year, and it just bounced back after a few years of being down. But most importantly, the middleweight segment is growing again and represents over 12% of the overall two-wheeler industry. And the middleweight segment in Brazil is actually one of the larger middleweight segments in all markets around the world. So it's a really good base. It's a really strong motorcycle market. And so that's why we've invested in that market. The market itself is made up of all the global world motorcycle companies. You can see Royal Enfield is on the list. Honda is at the top. They've been there for 40 or 50 years, so they're the strong player. But we see Royal Enfield moving up. So after a year, we looked at the data with some of the other premium motorcycle companies and compared our sales, which were just over 500, but that was at one dealership. And we looked at compared to a couple of other premium brands, and they were doing more units, but they're at 8 dealers and 28 dealers respectively. So we've learned, and now this year we'll be expanding the dealer network, continuing to build on the brand awareness, a lot again through digital and social and events, and then leveraging those new product launches. So we launched the Himalayan in January to great success. Automatically it became half the sales, or it doubled the sales. And we expect the same thing out of the Twins, which will launch there late this year. And this is just an example of the latest dealer. We opened up the second dealer in Brasilia, which is the capital of Brazil, about a month and a half ago. So again, you can see it fits with the brand imagery and the retail environment. So we're excited about Brazil. Colombia, we've actually been in Colombia for several years and started out with one dealer, and we've grown from there as well. The two-wheeler market is kind of flat at about 600,000 units, but the good news is you can see that the middleweight segment is growing very rapidly. So the common theme is the middleweight segment growing, and so we're focused on those commuter motorcyclists who are interested in getting into more of the recreational space, which is a trend that's happening very quickly. And also on-road, off-road, so the Himalayan really works nicely in this market as well. Again, the growing middleweight segment is kind of what's discussed on the left. A good percentage of the motorcycles are greater than 150 cc. And then the type of motorcycle, kind of a roadster look, as well as the on-road, off-road are the most popular motorcycles. So those two segments we play in very strongly. So we see, again, continued strength and opportunity in markets like Colombia. And here's, we have actually 8 exclusive dealers. We just opened up 11 multi-brand outlets, and we also have service centers. So we've got the infrastructure, the channel is built, and now we're looking forward to really pushing with the Twins and the Himalayans in this market. Argentina is the last market I'll talk about. A lot of similarities to Colombia, although we've only been in Argentina for about 1 year. So similar backdrop. The motorcycle market itself is about 600,000 motorcycles. The middleweight is actually much higher. It's almost double what it is in Colombia. A lot of recreational riding, great infrastructure. They like faster motorcycles, and our product actually fits in nicely with their riding style. So similarly, actually, a higher percent are in the middleweight segment or even above 150 cc's. So we see a good trend there, as well as, again, the roadster and the on-road, off-road preference. And so Buenos Aires had one dealership, and the second should be opening this month. So we're just making our move from one dealership to 2 dealerships in Argentina, with, again, we think some strong growth going forward. So in LATAM, or Latin America, again, we talked about events, and riding is very, very important. So let's create and develop this riding community. And so a number of the types of events that we have in India, we've also brought these to other international markets and made sure that we give people a purpose or a reason to ride, but also create it to be a fun and enjoyable sport. So it's not just about a motorcycle, it's about motorcycling. So in summary, we've really shifted our strategy from being opportunistic to really being a true international growth strategy. We see opportunity in both mature markets as well as the developing markets. We are going to look at this as a long-term strategy, but we're seeing some really great initial results, so we're excited about that. And stay tuned, because we have a lot of new markets to go into, but again, we got to focus on the 3 or 4 that we're at right now. And the twins really step up our opportunity outside of India, specifically in the mature markets where the riding preferences are really conducive to having the twin motorcycles, which are a little bit bigger and have more performance. So with that, I'll pass it on to Govind. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. I'm sure all of you had listened to Lalit Malik and Rod talking about the opportunities, how excited they are to grow further. Vinod touched upon a particular sentence saying that I thought there will be a complacency. I'm very surprised to see that that's not the situation. You know, as an organization, whether we are in a bad shape or a good shape, we're always paranoid on one particular thing, that we lead, and there's a lot of responsibility as a leader, and we have to continue to push in every aspects which we have to do. In manufacturing end, when we have, I just have to do this global technical organization is primarily we handle design till up to the delivery of the vehicles. So that's an entire spectrum we are responsible for. For an organization which has been there for 1950s, you know, the manufacturing setup primarily had been very, yes, sort of to say that with the qualification primitive. When the growth story came up, then we started looking at what is that we have to do, what can be the catalyst which can actually help us to bring in the entire mindset that has to get shifted in the whole organization. And that's where we started working on. The UCE platform, it's let alone as an organization, we find that it is not a product alone. You know, if it's just a product which has to be changed, probably we would have done it in a different form. But it was as actually the cusp in which the entire growth story has to be built on, at least for next 10, 15 years, if we have to grab the story, what are all the areas which we have to start working? That's when we thought that we have to start working on a capacity build. At that point of time, we were not having enough capacity. Then capabilities and competencies. You can see here, maybe I should have put the mic also. In the year when we actually started looking at, in 2010-11 range, we were at about 76,000. We thought that 1 lakh, if in case we do that, 100,000, I think it's a great achievement. We started working on only one plant, which was there, that was Thiruvattriyur. At that point of time, we thought that, okay, let's start working on in the old plant, what all the things which we can do to crank up so that the consumers can be actually served better. So we started working on low-cost automations, productivity improvements, efficiency extractions more and more. Then during that time, we started looking at for land. We bought a piece of land, about 50 acres at Chennai, at Oragadam. Then we went in for one phase. And then we moved on to the second phase. And the second phase, when it was coming up, then we started buying one more piece of land. And then we started opening one more phase in that particular area. So that's how in every stage, we have been doing it in modules. That's one thing which we have actually done it in a proper form. How is that helping as an organization if you have to talk about, we are not putting the capital in one full hog, waiting for the market to come. So we always wanted to maintain a healthy gap between the demand and supply and put the capital and extract maximum out of it and keep moving parallelly. I think as a clockwork, we did all those projects without any cost overrun in those projects, which has actually helped us to extract an efficiency. Today, when I sit and then look back on the whole thing, what's happening is when the BS6 comes in and the new platforms which are coming in, these modules are actually helping us to level out on shutting down some modules and then changing over to the new platform which is required and picking up and ramping up and then going to the next level. So there is always a continuity which can be maintained into that. That's the module which has really helped us. Today, the takeout is, we have 3 plants in Chennai, all put together, the total capacity built is about 1.2 million. That's the thing. In our older plant, Thiruvattriyur, we have scaled down the production. We are not doing production out there in that area. We do what is called as the chrome plating activities and the buffing activities which are required for that. And that's an area we are also looking at, a sort of customization which all of us have been talking about, a mass customization, whether it's possible. High value-add vehicles, which is possible, a factory fit. So that entire exercise, we are trying to do it out of Thiruvattriyur. So that has a huge potential for us to look at that high-value bikes, how it can be made out of the factory and then shipped to the consumers. Both Oragadam and Vallam, it's in reaching out to the capacity of about 1.2 million. When we are looking at in-house, during that time, we also started looking at all the way we were having a technology which is very old, which we have to come up to the technology, which I will just touch upon within a short span of time. We are also looking at the entire vendor base. We started looking at rationalization of the entire vendor base, because that's when they can help us in technologies and all those stuff. Started looking at those who can't live up to the QCD parameters. So we started weeding off some of them, consolidated some of the guys, and then we started working with them. That's how the actual supplier base also started working along with us in the journey. We actually brought it down to almost about 166. Now, with the BS6 new platforms which are coming up, we're just allowed, because it's only available with a few areas, and we are also doing almost 3,000 per day types. So we can't shut down something and then bring out the number. So we allowed it to go up. Once again, we will start looking at once it gets matured. That's the status which is there. Our sourcing is from all over. I mean, though the import content of the whole thing is only about 2%, and consciously we have been working that whether we can bring everything closer to us. Co-location is the thing, which is, that's how the efficiency can be extracted. So more and more people, we are bringing them closer. You can see the monthly purchase value is about 68%, which started off almost about 23-24%. We moved and then made all the suppliers to come closer to us, because we have the scale. If they come closer to us, then together we can actually extract the efficiency of it. That's how the cost actually we got up very much into this. I'm not taking much of the time. I wanted to give it to my colleague Simon to talk more on the competencies. Some of the technologies which we brought in as from a primitive to this, when you have to look at for next 15, 20 years, today both our plants, I'm sure all of you would have visited. If not, please do come over and visit it. That's the best in the class. Some areas which we have listed down, it's a single line. We can do at almost about 284 SKUs. Every 8 vehicle base, the color change can take place. So we don't need to have separate lines. I've seen most of the areas, you would have seen platform-wise, they'll be separate. In fact, we started looking at even different platforms, can it come in one line? Then everybody is actually working on it in unison. That's how we started looking at even the vehicle assembly. We are the only factory wherein engine assembly and the machining are in the different levels. Most of the things will be in one particular area. We actually questioned it. We thought that let's shift the assembly up in one place. Maybe a way to look at is, per motorcycle, the square feet consumption, we are the least. That's where we started looking at, let's not occupy more space, use it very effectively and all those things. As far as the surface painting is concerned, we used to do a manual painting for everything. And it used to have its own issues, problems and all those things. We moved on for the CED. Then the next technology which has to come out from a robotic painting and all. As a brand, we always looked at what can be automated, what has to be kept for a human touch which is there. So most of the top coats which are there, which is all automated, robotic, which is there, but yet in some models, you would have seen the pinstripe which is there. Though it is automatable, we have decided as an organization that we will keep it as it is. That's where the love is actually passed on to the motorcycle. Can we retain that? So we retain that. So both a blend in the manufacturing, how extent it can be automated, and which are all the areas where we will retain it as it is, wherein the manual intervention is there. Both is a mix which we have actually kept it. And some other areas, machinings and all, even in this, I just brought in frugality. When we were looking at a capital, we always used to look at, to make that component, what is the cost of goods manufactured? Let's start looking at, if it is a tier 1, let's put that are thinking into this. If a tier 1 guy makes it or a tier 2 guy makes it, what will be his cost? As a OE manufacturing, it tend to be slightly at a higher level. That's where we started looking at our cost has to be better than a tier 1. So let's start looking at what are all the areas, which machines, which technologies has to come in at what cost, so that when you're actually amortizing and then getting it, it is exactly at the lowest cost possible in the manufacturing. That's the thought process which has been there. Fabrication is one thing. I think some of you would have listened earlier also, which we talked about. Our petrol tank, it used to be a story. It used to have about 7 pieces, and it'll be welded and then tinkered, and that's how the petrol tanks will be made. It is there in the photographs also in the entrance. From there, and that used to determine how many bikes we can make at a particular day. And now we make the finishing operations. We don't do the pressing and all those things, because to do that, our cost structure will not be okay. But the finishing, if we start doing it, our cost structure will be okay. And that's why we started working on the finishing component of both frame and petrol tanks. We make as good as about 3,000 plus everyday basis in-house now. When we are actually doing it, there's a lot of buzz which is going on in the manufacturing at the back end is about what's happening in IoT, Industry 4.0. We did last 1 year, we have been doing a lot of small exercises to understand more, learn. That's the culture of this organization. When we wanted to actually adopt, we don't just go to the market, get quotes, and then adopt it just for the sake of adopting. We actually try it, we pilot it, we learn it, and you had seen even Rod talking about opening 1 store, talking about the second store itself it's a big thing for us, because that's how we are as an organization. We don't just go and then just keep doing things and all those things randomly. We wanted to learn. Similarly, all this are all the toolkits which we have made it for the automation purpose, which is required at a point of time, which we will trigger it. Maybe 1 AV, I'll just play it, then we will move on to the next one. 1 AV, please. So on the topics which we started focusing on, first is on the capacity. As I mentioned, the takeout point is, thank you. So we have built a capacity of almost about 1.2. And the next which we are talking about the capabilities, I think today we are in the technology which is adopted is standing up to be the best in the class. It is fungible, and it is fungible to an extent that the capital which are employed are not one such thing which will actually become redundant when we are doing a platform change or something like that. It is so fungible that when we are actually doing it, at the design stage itself, we started looking at what capital we have put, whether it is really okay when we are doing a design or anything to be modified. In such a form, the capital is also used. So that's a checkpoint which we do it at every point of time. When we worked on these two, obviously there is one C which we mentioned is about the competency. That's when we thought that we'll come over here where the competency is available and we'll start recruiting. That's how we recruited Simon. Now I will ask Simon to come over and then talk about what's the competency which we have actually built in the entire new product strength. Then I'll come back and then talk about the rest. Simon.
Thank you. I guess it's the other way. There we go. Right. Hello, everybody. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about our development team, about the changes we've seen in the last few years, why we've been doing those changes, and what that's given us. So our development team historically was based at Tiruvachur, the original factory from the 50s. Recently, we've basically outgrown that place as the team has grown. So we're now talking about the UK Technology Centre, which you've hopefully all just seen. and our new India Technology Center, where all of our team in India will shortly be located. There's some of them already located there, but within the next month, hopefully we'll get everybody there. So, a little over 5 years ago, we as a company, so Siddhartha and the senior management team, realized that we needed to really step up our development capability for a variety of reasons. We'd had some great success based on a UCE platform, but we as a company realized that you can't just keep on doing the same thing. You need to be looking at what's the next big thing. Yeah, so we wanted to expand, continue to expand in India, expand globally. Both of those needed a wider model range. We had forthcoming challenges with legislation we knew coming up. We wanted to improve our quality to achieve those global expansion aims, both of which meant significant re-engineering needed. And we also had an internal challenge in that we had relied quite extensively on external consultants for some of our previous work, so we needed to build up our capability in-house. So who am I talking about for product development? So my area is the product development team. There's some other teams involved, going from concept through to production. So the product strategy team basically look at the market, they look at the business case, they identify the opportunities, identify what are the projects we should be doing, what are the products we should be developing. The industrial design team, again, you would have seen some of these guys in the, and ladies in the UK Technology Center. They're responsible for the visual appearance, and they'll work very closely with the engineers to make sure that the styling fits with engineering, and there's an iterative process there. The product development team themselves, these are our engineering analysts, the design engineers for powertrain, for chassis, for electrical, and very importantly, the validation team, who make sure that what we actually put out is not only looks great, feels great, but lasts the course. Recently formed is the Genuine Motorcycle Accessories team, headed up by Rich on the table there, who again you may have met earlier. So an important point here is that the accessories team has to work very closely, both with the product strategy team, with the industrial designers, with the engineering designers, because if Rich's team, for example, designs a beautiful luggage system, but when you go to fit it on the bike, the mountings aren't in the right place, and actually it breaks the back of the motorcycle because it's not been designed for it, that's obviously no good. So the motorcycles have to be designed in parallel with the accessories you want to put on, so you need to think about that right at the start. And finally, the current engineering team. There is a continuous improvement process. Once a motorcycle is finished development, that's not the end of the story. There is a team that then takes over and keeps on pushing to improve that product for its entire lifetime in the market. So all these teams together have seen enormous changes. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a growth from approximately around 60 to around 400 people engaged in the design and development of our motorcycles. And that's not even including the quality teams, manufacturing, sourcing, you know, the wider factory, because everyone's involved in the process. But you can see what a massive change we've had. We've had the creation of the accessories team and the current engineering team, and the huge growth of the product development team and the industrial design product strategy. And just for reference, approximately 30% of that total team is based here in the UK. Yeah, so we have the UK and Indian teams working very closely together on all of our projects. So it's not just about the numbers, it's about the capability, clearly. I've just picked on one area, I could have picked on several. We've really focused on analysis. Now this is kind of doing your testing in the digital world. You know, it's much, much easier and cheaper and faster to make changes to a digital model than it is to a real tooled component. So we do as much analysis as we can. We've really been focusing on building up the team, building up the capability, developing new methods, and this is everything from pressing analysis to modal analysis, looking at vibrations, resistance to impact, finite element analysis. There's lots and lots of really clever stuff that these guys do. We have a real global excellence center in our analysis team now, with the objective of finding the problems before you actually invest in the tooling. Yeah? So the idea is you get rid of the nasty surprises, you shorten your development time. And of course, we can't do anything without good facilities. Now you've just been, I'm not going to talk much about UK Tech Centre, you've just been there. I hope you're impressed with it. We're immensely proud of what we've created, which is a world-class development center from concept through to pre-production. It is a reasonably international team. The majority are local from the UK, about 80%. We have approximately 10% from India. We have a program of secondment backwards and forwards between the two technology centers, and about 10% from the rest of the world, from Europe, North America, Japan, Australia, etc. And of course, what's going on in India is going to dwarf what's going on here. We have a much bigger technology center nearing completion in India. And it's not just for the development teams, it's the other teams, the other non-production teams in India as well, but I'm focusing on the development end of it. And that's not just a nice place to work for these people. This gives us new development capabilities. There's a lot of new equipment going in that we either haven't had before at all or we haven't had as much. I'm particularly excited by the Hemiana-Kirk chamber we will have shortly, which will really help us in developing the sound of our vehicles. So that's getting rid of the unpleasant parts of the sound and obviously emphasizing the nice parts. So working on our character, the stuff that really makes our motorcycles attractive. We haven't had this facility before. This will really give us a boost. We've got another piece of equipment, what we call a four-poster, which you do need to see this in motion. So can we have the video, please? It's just a short segment. There you go. So the idea of this, obviously, is we are simulating road riding. We can simulate road riding anywhere in the world. It's in early days yet. We have a lot of work to do before we're confident of the correlation between that and real-world riding. We'll never eliminate real-world riding, but this is, again, a way of speeding up the development process, finding the problems earlier. We can run through the day, through the night. We can even look at accelerated use on this piece of equipment. Again, it's going to improve our development capability. It's not just that. We have many more of the same equipment, so we got, just to put some numbers to it, we got 9 engine dynos instead of the 3 we had, 4 chassis dynos instead of just the 1 we had. We have a climatic chamber, emissions dynamometer, many more component test rigs. We've got improved in-house prototyping capabilities. We've added 3D printing and vacuum casting alongside the existing processes. And this is all aimed at speeding up the whole process, improving our control of the quality of the prototypes, the speed of delivery, just so we can get to those vital validation tests quicker in the process. So speaking of process, so we talked about building the team, building the capabilities, building new facilities. All of that's no good unless you've got the right plan to work to, the right direction. So what we have also been working on for the last 4 years is our MPI process, new product implementation process. Now, this is a gated process, so you have throughout the approximately 4 years, depending on the project, a series of gates and reviews where every team that's involved has a set of deliverables they bring to the table, put out in the open, saying, right, this is what we've got, we've done this, or we've had this problem. The whole idea is to drive transparency, drive early resolution of problems, make sure nobody's hiding anything, make sure everything's been done, because it's a very complex process. So I'm not going to talk about it in a great deal of detail, because when you get into detail, it's very dull and it's highly confidential. But this is a sort of visual representation of one project class. We have various classes. Class 5 is a full new vehicle, new engine, new chassis. It goes from the concept stage through layout, detail design, development, then pre-production builds, alpha, beta, pilot. And you'll see the timescale here is, I think it's 41 months from concept to production. Now, every project is unique. Everyone has its own timescale. This is a sort of a generic. And you can see these blue breakout boxes, your reviews and your gates at different stages. And that gives us better visibility throughout the process. The only one point to make, I guess, is the major difference, apart from the improved control, the major difference of this process to what we've worked on before is we've put a greater emphasis on early testing of off-tool parts, to give us longer to get through the problems, and also to mean that the tests we do, partway through are more valid. We know exactly what we're going to get. Just improves with the focus obviously of delivering a high quality product at the end of it. So speaking of delivery at the end of it, all of that stuff about the team, processes, capabilities, etc., it's all about the outcomes, and what is the outcome? So really the first product of that renewed team has been the new 650 Twins. And they have had an absolutely phenomenal response. So you've seen some of these quotes before. I've just picked out a few because they're quite relevant to one of the messages, so the message I want to give to you. So first one, I've fallen back in love with Royal Enfield, and that's kind of the aim of this product. It's like a halo product. The idea is you don't just fall in love with this motorcycle, you realize, Royal Enfield are really doing great things. Holy wow, that's a game changer. And it really is. And really what these motorcycles are is the first external manifestation to show that, our game has changed. And that game changing started 5 years ago. But this is what we're getting. And finally, the Royal Enfield 650 Twins are built to take on the world. And that's exactly right. That's what they were built to do. So these are motorcycles that can hold their head up high anywhere in the world. They are truly world-class motorcycles, delivered by a truly world-class development team, I'm confident to say now. So going forwards for the future, obviously legislation is coming up. We know about Euro 5 BS6 just about to come in. There are others in the wings. Onboard diagnostics comes along later as part of Euro 5, stage 1 and 2. But now that we're in a position, we have our own in-house team, our own EMS team, we're much more confident in facing this kind of challenge than we were 5 years ago, no question about it. For outside of legislation, obviously the market will change out there. We have now formed an advanced concepts team within product development who's working on technologies that are not in our current plan, but we think there might be in the next generation. They might be useful for us to plug into our development process. Connectivity is an obvious big subject which we are working on. We're exploring in it. Electric powertrains has been mentioned earlier. We are in the middle of a concept investigation of that. As I think Siddharth said at the start, the market's not really there right now. What we're doing is making sure we are ready. I mean, I've put that in future market requirements. That's almost certainly going to be a combination of market demands and legislation. I suspect it can't be just either one of those, or not market requirement on its own. But we're working on it to make sure that we are ready to go. So in summary, over the last 5 years, we have completely redeveloped our development team, shall we say. It's a completely different animal. But it does mean we are now ready to meet these future challenges. Okay, Govind, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Simon. So there's one C which I mentioned is about the cost. When you have the capacities, capabilities, competencies, and then how's it cost in the whole thing, that's the end of it is into the business. Lalit wanted it to put in the GC level, so we just put it instead of the material cost alone. There's a tremendous work and a constant utter type of an attitude which has been brought inside the organization. We have a separate cost management cell, as good as almost about some 30 people are employed into this. Their job is primarily to look at first principle costing of every part. Some of the black box items, because a lot of you people were asking, what does it mean for BS6? What does it mean for ABS? And those areas, how is the costing done and all those areas? What we have started looking at is some people who are actually superannuated from those sort of a technology area. We are in touch with them and then started working with them to do a first principle costing even for that, to understand when you open up and then explore, what is it can be actually be done at a location. And there is a lot of import content which are going to be there. At what point of time indigenization is there globally? What is the thought process which is going to happen? Even in the lunchtime, something we were talking about some of the chipsets. Is it really going to get completely indigenized in India or not? Because that's a major cost factor which is there. So those are all the things constantly somebody have to be at it to understand that yes, we are there, we are not missing out any of the opportunities. Commodity management, every commodity we track, we also do a group buy, and that's how we sign up even to the steel mills and then say, this is how the cost is for next 1 year. This is where actually the entire community have to buy, that's the suppliers have to buy. It's not only Royal Enfield, now we are extending with others also, even the commercial vehicle guys and others, wherever there is a commonality which is there. So the scale is actually bundled it so that we get the best leverage out of it. We have a benchmarking room. Any product which comes up, we get one, we benchmark it, and then we always see that, is there anything which we can learn out of it? Nesting and all this low-cost country sourcing, everything we constantly look at it, it is not. To an extent, sometimes we take the entry-level car and then start looking at that, is there anything from that car which is also sold almost about, say, 300,000 rupees value? Is there something which we can learn out of it and then start looking at in our product? That's the work of this and the constantly, and our success had been, I would say it's evident. That's where we start that we should have constant focus into this particular area in this. What's it for the future? The future is when all these things are done, I think customization, which has been talked more and more, one is doing it once the vehicle is done and the customer takes it and then do it. Other is, can we start looking at the front stage itself, the customization can be there. Every consumer is different and everybody wants. Here is one sort of a bike with the basic platform which is set. It's not that it has to happen over, say, 3 months, 6 months time. It's a long journey which we have to do it, but eventually it can go there. So when you have the entire facilities which are set up, how do we actually orient ourselves that every consumer can be treated in that particular form, what he wants, we can actually deliver. That's the thought with which we started working on. Every new product, I think, somebody was asking about the quality improvements is there, how is that, where is the cost and all. Just to give you a reference number sort of a thing, we used to have a warranty of 1 year, and a blended level, it used to be almost about 780 to 800 rupees per bike basis. Today, we are almost about 410 rupees on a 2 years basis. That's how the warranty level has moved in. Today, the first time right is becoming more and more an important thing. We learned in any of the new products which has launched had some issues and all those things. So this time in the twins, the success is also because not that we did the same thing in a rigorous form. We wanted to change the course. We hired a Japanese consultant who actually taught us what is called as an SRK process, which is the Shokyudo country. It's all about new product launch. At some point in time, we thought that more and more inspection is not a good sign, but he actually taught us, yes, that's not a good sign when it's actually there SOP plus time. Till SOP, till it reaches to the consumer, you can't afford to make any mistakes by just saying that it is a non-value-added activity. It is a value-added activity till the consumer comes back and then say, yes, I tick the box for you guys. I think today the initial success which had been there has actually made us to think that that's the process which we will imbibe in the company for time to come. And every new product will go through that. So that's the confidence which we are talking about, that yes, our new products will come with the first time right. And we can stand up and then say that yes, all the quality discussions are not their topics nowadays to be looked on. CKD assemblies Thailand, I think though it's not only the particular area, that's one area where we have decided, moved on and all those things. First time we are doing, we will learn and be ready for any of the countries. As Rod also talked about some of the countries which eventually will become only a CKD place. It can be even in the home country too, at some location which is there. So that's why I said we always look at what is called as the TCO, total cost of ownership. We start looking at everything on a TCO basis. If that's making sense for us, we will start looking at even for the home country. When we do all these things, there is one area which we have to work on more, is almost about the sustenance. And we are building up a roadmap for all our manufacturing plant and the footprints which we have talked about. How do we become water positive in that particular area? How do we get the renewable energy into that so that the Mother Earth is not being disturbed? That's one initiative which we are taking up in this particular year. And that's what I have to share it with you guys. Thank you very much. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Govind. We will now break for tea. we'll take a 20-minute break. Tea is served where lunch was served. So you guys can head that way. And please be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
And here comes the 5-time world champion Johnny Britton on the way to make it 6. 26 gold medals, 7 silvers, all-time phase team members. The Royal Enfield factory team has the vault in a corner.
From the day I was born, I've been sinning. I'm a motherless child, Lord, and I keep on running. Oh, Lord. And the preacher asked my mother, if you lay with a man, and he struck down upon her with a cross in his hand. 'Cause I am a motherless child, I am a godless child. Say the Lord don't like sinners, and the world don't like me. So I'll keep on singing, 'cause it's hard to be free. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. Said I am a godless child.
It's a magical sort of cathedral of motorsport, isn't it? You know, everyone wants to come to Bonneville.
Bonneville doesn't care if you're male or female, young or old. It's all the same salt. It's all the same record book.
I love surpassing people's expectations. They look at me and think, oh, you're just an 18-year-old little girl. What could you do? I don't even have to tell them. You just go out and show them on the bike.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
That's pretty fun to break these old men's hearts and take their records.
I knew from a little girl she was different.
Creativity is a huge part of my life. It's very important to me.
Kayla is a very passionate person, whether it's art or photography or racing.
Kayla and I have gone to Bonneville since she was 12 years old. You think that's going to work, or we need to hone it out a little?
I think it's pretty good.
Good? So good or perfect?
It's perfect.
There you go, that's what I like.
Creativity means you're not just doing what everybody else is doing.
There is no textbook for building a Bonneville bike.
You can't be fearful when you're creating things.
We literally pulled the engine out of one of Royal Enfield's development bikes and have turned that into our race engine. The heart of the engine still carries back to the street bike, but the chassis and everything else we're using at Bonneville is a pure race Harris design.
It's important to talk a lot about the nature of collaboration that's gone into this build. We've got a lot of incredibly talented people.
You know, you build a new bike and you think you've done a good job, you think you've thought of everything, but you don't really know until you've run it.
Bike 744, an FIM entry is ready.
What we're trying to achieve here is an FIM world record. We're going to be in the 750 class, open, overhead cam.
Track is clear, launch when ready.
The current record is 100.3 mile per hour, but at Bonneville anything can happen.
Went out for our first run and
Congratulations and thank you.
broke the record first try, 132.
You know, far exceeded what we expected today. We're really, really happy.
Once it makes the first run, now you can bring the bike back, and then that's when the mechanics and the technicians all get to work to get this thing ready to go even faster.
It has been a really fun process going through with the guys and sort of exploring what those possibilities are and understanding how we could get the absolute most out of the motor.
When Kayla comes off the salt, there will be people that will wait for us to congratulate the rider. And she pulls her helmet off and all this hair comes out and their jaws hit the ground. And they look at her almost confused.
Oh, he's not a he, it's a she.
Surprise.
Speed for 744 is 139.487.
Well done.
You see Kayla come to the end and pull off her helmet, and just the smile is, you know, ear to ear. When somebody's on a Royal Enfield, we just want to put a grin on their face. That's it.
Shattering the people's expectations and what they think of you is definitely huge for me.
And here comes the 5 times world champion Johnny Burton on the way to make it 6. 26 gold medals, 7 silvers, all-time Vase team members. The Royal Enfield factory team has the vault in a corner.
sinning. I'm a motherless child, Lord, and I keep on running. Oh, Lord. And the preacher asked my mother if you laid with a man, and he struck down upon her with a cross in his hand. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. I am a godless child. Say the Lord don't like sinners, and the world don't like me. So I'll keep on singing, 'cause it's hard to be free. 'Cause I am a motherless child, Lord. Said I am a godless child.
So there are still some investors are still there. So may I request everyone to settle down? I think some people seem to have gone, you know. Okay, so basically after very exciting and comprehensive presentations and going through the Royal Enfield journey, I think I will give you the overview of VCV, and it's basically very, you can say, not very comprehensive as we have seen Royal Enfield, but we will get fairly good idea about what we are doing. So I think since commercial vehicle industry is directly driven by economy and the business environment, it is B2B business. So it will be a good idea to give you some brief on the business environment first before I give the VCV overview, and followed by VCV overview, and then our current plans and outlook and whatever improve strategic areas. If you look at the GDP growth rates over the years, you can see current year, financial year 19 estimated, which is 18-19, is given here 7%, but now the figures for Q4 are out, which is 5.8%. And with 5.8%, we are at 6.8% for 18-19, as against 7% given here. So there is a bit of stress in the economy, especially in the last quarter. However, going forward, the projection here is 7.3 and 7.6. So this is anybody's guess. I think all of you know better. But still, I would feel with the very stable government in place, I'm sure the Indian economy is expected to do well. So we should still be, I think, very confident that we should have 7% plus growth in 1920 and going forward in future as well. And of course, these are some of the Indian size of the automotive industry. If you look at, we are world number 1 in two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and tractors. We are world number 4 in commercial vehicles. We are world number 5 in cars. And we are world number 2 in steel and cement. So India's story is very strong, if you look at. And from the next slide, I'll tell you that why it is going to become more stronger. CV industry driven by some of these factors. These are 2 slides on that. First is if you look at the automotive mission plan 2016 and 2026, which was framed jointly by Society of Indian Automotive Manufacturers and Government of India, the projection is that till 2026, the automotive industry should grow by 3.5 to 4 times, from $70 billion to around $300 billion. And GDP, the automotive industry share in GDP, which is currently 7%, that should go up to 12%. And it should generate additional 65 million jobs. So I think that is the potential on which the entire country is sitting on based on the growth story in the automotive industry. And if you look at the infrastructure development, based on the announced plans of Government of India, I think we need around $700 billion investment by 2022 on various infrastructure projects. Roads, irrigation, metros, ports, railways modernization, so all sorts of infrastructure projects. We need $700 billion, and out of which last year allocation in 18-19 budget was only $70 billion, so which is 10%. So it means Government of India needs to garner huge resources to meet these requirements, which will of course come, it can't come from entirely from Government of India, so it will have to be supported by private investments, it will have to be supported by multilateral agencies, a lot of money which has to come from World Bank or Japan, like Japan is funding all our bullet train project or the metro, a lot of metros. So a lot of money is going to flow into India to meet this need. And then of course there are huge projects on smart cities, Swachh Bharat, housing for all, road projects like Bharatmala and Sagarmala. So huge investments are planned in the infrastructure. Then third important factor is the vehicle scrappage policy. I think this has been talked of for last 4 or 5 years. However, political will was not there. And of course, they didn't do it in spite of all the good intentions to do it. But now with this government in place, I think my confidence level is high that they should do it now, because this is the right time for them, because they have a strong government and they have strong mandate from all the people. And then they will have majority even in Rajya Sabha, upper house of parliament, by November 2020. So they will have majority in both lower house as well as upper house. So based on which they can do anything. So vehicle scrappage policy, if it comes, then it will give a good boost to the commercial vehicle industry. And expectation is that it should lead to additional growth of 20 to 30%. However, there are still a lot of ifs and buts. So let's hope it happens. And then hub and spoke model is becoming more and more relevant. Logistics, a lot of changes are happening. As you know, India is still very, very inefficient as far as the logistics cost is concerned. The total logistics cost in India is still around 13% of the total GDP. So there is huge potential of productivity improvements in logistics cost, and which will be driven by all these efficiencies, better trucks, big warehouses, optimization of warehouses, movement between the warehouses by bigger trucks, and then of course from the warehouses to the next movement by the medium duty trucks, and then last mile by the light duty trucks. So the potential for entire range of trucks based on this is very high. And then growing urbanization it will lead to requirement of a lot more transportation and public transportation, basically, rapid mass transportation systems. As you know, currently, if you divide Indian population, around 34% of Indian population is in cities. However, the projection is in coming 10, 12 years, I think that percentage will go up beyond 40%, from 34% to 40%. That is the estimate given by various agencies, that the urbanization is going to happen more and more, which will lead to more demand for efficient buses and more public transportation. And then this is again, goods and service tax. This was one of the very, very important reform that was implemented by in the last term of the Modi government. And this has led to, again, a lot of efficiencies, a lot of optimization of distribution model has happened. Hub and spoke model based on this itself has become more relevant. A lot of consolidation have happened in warehouses. It has led to a lot of migration towards higher tonnage and more efficient trucks. So I think this will continue to lead to the driving in of efficiencies, and which is good for the CV industry. And new axle load norms, as you know, around 6 months back, Government of India changed that, and with which 20% capacity of the trucks has gone up. While in the short term, it has led to some shrinkage in demand. However, in the long run, when you get relevant trucks which have been designed to carry these loads, it will lead to more productivities. So it will drive more efficiencies in the system. Currently, one of the negative factors is this liquidity constraints. As you know, almost 100% of the trucks are financed. And of course, after the ILFS crisis, the entire loopholes in the system got exposed. A lot of NBFCs, they were borrowing short and lending long. So that story has stopped. And banks have become much, much more careful in giving money to the NBFCs, because a lot of NBFCs, you would have heard of big names who are not getting money. And then, of course, they are now adjusting themselves. They are raising medium-term lines of credit, or they are issuing new instruments. So they are trying to realign with the changed circumstances. Hopefully, it will resolve. However, as of now, one of the reasons of current slowdown in the CV industry is the NBFC crisis. And then government has announced the FAME 2 policy, which is the electrification of vehicles. They have announced incentives of 10,000 crores, and which includes demand for around, it's mentioned 3,000, which is 7,000 electric buses. So it will create initial, it will meet the requirement of 7,000 buses, but still it is not sufficient. Till the time it becomes self-sustaining, till the time it can sustain itself without incentives, I think this will not grow too much. So we have to wait and watch. We have to be ready for any opportunity which come there, but at the same time, we don't have to go whole hog and pursue this story. And then BS6, of course, this is going to happen from 1st April 2020, and then it has its own challenges. Supreme Court again has mandated that from 1st April 2020, there will be no registration of BS4 trucks. And there will be no registration, even chassis cannot be registered. You have to register the full vehicle only. So therefore, if someone has to build up the bodies, so then it means he will have to buy the chassis in the month of February if he has to register it before 31st March. So it's a big challenge. Again, the industry is on it. And then, of course, it's also an opportunity for companies like us, where we have the relatively advantageous position to meet these norms, because we are already supplying Euro 6 engines to Volvo Group. And we have a lot of learnings from them, what sort of problems which they are facing. For example, in Europe, Euro 6 was implemented around 4-5 years back. And till today, the things have not stabilized. All the learnings which they are getting, all those learnings are getting transferred to us, and we can learn a lot from that and do those things right first time. Now, this is how the CV industry has moved. If you look at the first quadrant is the CV industry 3.5 ton and above. You can look at it is 495,355, which is at the peak. You can see the earlier peak was almost, it was 434 in last year. Then, of course, before that, it was 424. So it had been dropping for 3-4 years, but now, last 4-5 years has been growth period. And within that, if you look at the second graph, that has heavy-duty trucks, 16 ton and above. And last year, of course, it was peak, 295,000 as against 267,000 previous year. Even though last 5 months of last year industry was dropping, but still it touched the new peak. Still there was a growth of around 11-12% in the overall industry, because first 7 months the industry had grown by 35%. So based on that growth, it has, for the full year, it has shown good growth. And then here it is 3.5 ton to 15 ton, where again, last year it touched for the first time new peak. If you look at the earlier peak was in 2011-12, which was 117,000. So after that, it has not touched those earlier levels. Only last year, it has gone back to the earlier level of 2011-12. And buses, you can see it is hovering around the similar numbers, 68, 70 or 70,000. And here, again, there is a lot of adjustments have happened between the light and medium duty buses and bigger buses. The bigger buses, the earlier industry size out of, like if you look at financial year 10-11, if it is 68,000, 50% was HD buses and 50% was LD and MD buses. Now, of course, the 75% are LMD buses and 25% only are HD buses. So HD buses have come down significantly because there is a lot of erratic buying from the state transport undertakings, because of which the overall HD buses size is around 18-20,000 only, as against earlier of 36,000. It's not changing? So now, this is the VECV overview. Within that overall industry overview, if you look at starting with the 20,000 volume when we started the joint venture in 2008-9, we are now at 73,000 last year. So we have a consistent growth, and we have a compounded average growth rate of 13.5%. And of course, we have introduced a lot of new products, entire new Pro series of value trucks, and our market shares have grown over these years. So we'll see in the subsequent slides. So we are largely in the 3 segments: light and medium duty, buses, and heavy duty. If you look at light and medium duty segment, we started our journey when the joint venture was formed with 25% market share, and currently we are at 29%. You would see in last 2 years we have dropped from 31.5 to 29.4. One of the reasons is huge disruptions that are going in the market because of the discounting. And we have decided that we will not run after the market share. We will stop beyond a particular point. And because of which we have taken some hit on the market share. But at the same time, volume-wise, we are continuing to grow. Even last year also, we have grown in the volumes, but slightly less than the industry growth. And of course, we have very strong product range. We have both the basic and value segments, which is Pro 1000 series and Pro 3000 series in light and medium duty. And Pro 1000, as Siddharth mentioned in the morning, we are now going to stop, and we will have Pro 2000 in place of Pro 1000. And there we have designed 2 new cabins and 2 new engines. So it's 1.8 meter cab, 2 meter cab, and 2 liter and 3 liter engine. So these are all developed from scratch by our R&D team. And this will be absolutely state-of-the-art products. We are going to introduce 2 models this month itself, next week, in Pro 2000 series. And then we continue to have mileage ka baat, have this tag, undisputed fuel efficiency leadership, best-in-class fuel efficiency. We are known as mileage ka baadshah. We continue to come out with a lot of features. One of them is mileage booster, which is with multi-mode technology. Similarly, we have huge variants between 4.9 ton to 16.2 ton. Like we have a truck at every 500 kgs. Between 5 ton to 16 ton, we have 19 basic models, which will meet any need, and with varying body sizes. Body sizes for light and medium duty trucks, they start with 10 feet, they go up to 24 feet. So they have 10 feet, 12 feet, 14 feet, 16 feet. So various body sizes, various tonnages. So huge variety. Total variants are 340 plus. And of course, best-in-class payload and superior driving comfort, which is basically the reason why we are continuing to be very strong player in the light and medium duty based on all these things. If you look at the buses, we started with 5%, and we had consistent growth in the market shares. We touched 17%, 17, 18, and we are at 15.7%. And here drop is basically, last year we became very selective in selling to state transport undertakings because there are huge cash flow problems, and it's really difficult to deal with state transport undertakings. So that's why we have taken a call that we will be very selective in dealing with them. And we didn't take some orders. And then otherwise, in the light and medium duty buses, we continue to be very strong in the school segment or in the staffing segment, in route permit or in the tourist segments. And we have, here again, we have very wide range, right from 12-seater to 81-seater. We are leading in safety with host of safety features. We have state-of-the-art in-house bus body building plant near Pithampur. Again, here also we have best-in-class fuel efficiency. So again, one of the best products, and the potential for growth with more and more urbanization happening. I think the potential for growth in the bus segment is also very high. If you look at the heavy-duty trucks, here that market size-wise is the largest segment. You have seen 295,000 market size, which is the largest. And here, our market share is hovering. You can say it's 4.5%, and last 5-6 years, we have not been able to grow. Even though the volume is growing, but market share, we are still not been able to make a big headway. Again, the big reason is a lot of disruptions in the market. The discounts are absolutely touching the roof. And here we have more value products. We have Pro 6000 series, Pro 8000 series, where the costs are also very high. And since the competition, they have old technology, they have old products, based on which they are able to earn very, very good margin in those products, and their capacity to discount also in those products is very high. So as a result of that, we have not been able to match the discounting strength of the competition. And as a result of which, we are again holding back ourselves that we cannot incur losses by giving more and more discounts. So we are continuing at 4.5%. However, with more and more technological discontinuities, like BS6 is coming now, which will increase the costs for everyone. So this will create more level playing field. Maybe more and more trucks will be sold with factory-built cabins. That will be another good movement towards the modernization. So as and when these things happen, we will have a lot more opportunity to increase the market shares. We have the widest range of products in the basic, value, and mid-premium segments. For example, in heavy duty, we have Pro 5000 series, which is basic segment, Pro 6000, and Pro 8000. After BS6, we will be discontinuing Pro 5000 series. We will be discontinuing our 694 engine, 6-liter engine. So we will be using all the medium-duty engines, which are based on Volvo technology in heavy-duty trucks. Here again, we have leaders in fuel efficiency in Pro 6000, Pro 8000. We have very, very class-leading modern features like engine protection system, intelligent driver information system, online fuel coaching, or cruise control is there in the buses, and backed up by lifetime sports solutions and productivity management. And our telematics is also one of the best, where we are able to provide the uptime management or fuel management or the trip management. So with more and more digitalization, more and more strong product range, more and more Volvo Group technology which has been incorporated, the story here, long-term story is very strong, even though currently we are at around 4.5% market share, which is around 1,200 units on an average per month. But the potential for growth here is the maximum, because this is where the company will get the maximum growth in future. International, as we have seen here again, from 2,000 we have gone up to 10,000 units. So here again, huge growth. We are very strong in South Asia markets of Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. We are started exporting to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. We are exporting in Africa, in Kenya, Tanzania, and some other countries. We have now a market company in South Africa, and we have started exporting in Indonesia. Now here in Indonesia and also in Malaysia and South Africa, we have now started leveraging Volvo Group distribution network. And this our Pro 3000 and Pro 2000. We will be exporting with Judy brand. You know, Judy is a very strong Japanese brand. It was earlier Nissan Diesel. So after the Nissan was broken up into Nissan Motors and Nissan Diesel was bought over by Volvo Group. So Nissan Diesel brand was renamed as Judy brand. So that Judy brand we will be putting on our trucks, which we are going to manufacture in Pithampur. And that truck will compete with all Japanese brands in Indonesia, in South Africa, in Malaysia, in other Southeast Asian countries. So based on that, the potential for growth for exports from these two markets of Indonesia and South Africa is very high. If you look at the Volvo trucks, we have the exclusive distribution rights for Volvo trucks in India. Volvo trucks operate in the high-end segment, high-end premium segment, which is the coal mining, coal transportation, or very stringent construction sites or irrigation sites. The market size is very small. Here earlier, Bharat-Benz also tried to enter this segment, but they failed. They have stopped selling in this segment. Scania is selling little bit, and we are currently having 81% market share, even though the market size is only around 1,500 units per annum. However, the ticket size is very large. It's around 10 million rupees per truck, each truck. So consistently high market share, very strong brand image, strong customer focus, and known for uptime. And the tippers work for almost 24/7, 20 to 22 hours per day, and very strong on-site sports centers. We have almost 150 on-site sports centers for Volvo trucks, which have been set up at the coal mining sites to take care of the uptime requirements of these trucks. This is the engine plant. We have the exclusive manufacturing setup for meeting the Volvo Group's medium-duty automotive engine requirements of 5-liter and 8-liter engines. And as you can see, consistently we have grown the volumes. Out of 40,000 odd volumes, we exported 34,000 engines. So out of that, 6,000 only was used for our own heavy-duty trucks, because 50% of the heavy-duty trucks are still using our own Eicher engines. But from one for 2020, 100% will become these medium-duty engines. And potential for this growth, again, is very high because Volvo Group is going to use these engines not only for their trucks, they are also exploring to use these engines for the construction equipment, where currently they are using the Deutz engines. So we have the capacity of 75,000 engines currently, but that capacity can be jacked up to 100,000 engines very easily because we only have to add some machines in the machine shop. This is the top line growth. You can see starting 2009-10, it was 3,000 crores. We are at close to 12,000 crores last year. With this last 10 years CAGR of 18%. Consistently, we have been having profits, even though margins we have to continuously improve. And you can see that's the period when there was strong recession in the industry. These 3 years of 13, 14, 15, when the entire industry was incurring losses. We were the only company that was in profits. And then, of course, there was huge price disruption, which are continuing till now, and we are at around 9% EBITDA margin. And we have incurred total capex of 4,320 crores in last 10 years. And that entire capex has been funded from internal accruals. It's a zero debt company, there is no borrowing. And with this capex, I think we have created a very strong foundation for the organization. Like we have new engine plant, Euro 6 compliant engine plant. We have new bus plant. We have modernized truck plant. It's absolutely state-of-the-art truck plant with all the BIW, with robos or CED paint shop, modern assembly lines. So then we have added two new gear plants. We have the entire new product line, right from 4.9 ton till 55 ton. So the entire new product line has been renewed after incorporating a lot of Volvo Group technology. We have adopted a lot of Volvo Group technology. And we have now the widest range of engines. We have widest range of cabins. Like we have 7 engine platforms, 2 liter, 3 liter, 4 liter, 5 liter, 8 liter, and 2 CNG engines. And then in cabins, we have 1.8 meter, 2 meter, 2.1 meter, 2.3 meter, and 2.4 meter. 2.4 meter currently we are indigenizing, which is used on Pro 8000. So that is again very, very important synergistic project because we will indigenize that cabin here, and then we will also supply those cabin parts for Volvo Group for their Asian market needs for those cabins. So if you divide this period of 10 years into first 2 quadrants, and then, of course, the futuristic, I think first 2008 to 2012, basically we laid a very strong foundation which was based on trust, mutual respect, and win-win. So this joint venture is one of the finest examples of a very successful joint venture, and the foundation was created based on this trust, respect, and win-win. And we have, during this period, we did a lot of synergistic projects like this medium-duty engine project, which was one of the very, I would say, early achievements of the joint venture. Because otherwise, I think it is very rare that any multinational corporation will assign the engine manufacturing, responsibilities on the joint venture partner in the second year itself. And then we have adopted a lot of Volvo Group technologies, cabin, engine management system, new engines, modernization of industry infrastructure like CED paint shop, modernization of truck plant, adoption of world-class processes in sales, after sales, quality, manufacturing, and then, of course, a lot of customer-facing processes to become customer satisfaction India #1. And then 13-17 was the period when we executed a lot of these projects. The entire new product range, new bus plant, engine plant, gear plant started delivering. World-class parts distribution center was set up. Company-owned and operated dealerships have been made operational. A lot of focus on brand and dealer infrastructure. We have shifted a lot of focus to the front end now, as Siddharth was mentioning in the morning. We have to become a customer-oriented and customer-driven commercial organization from industry-driven organization. So a lot of work is going on that. Pro 8000 cabin indigenization we have taken up, which is 2.4 meter cab. So our focus areas which are going to be there, as I mentioned, the transforming into a commercial organization, which will basically mean that we have to do everything to bring customer satisfaction. And most important of that is creating a superior customer experience, a differentiated aftermarket experience. That is going to be the key for our success, for even for our heavy-duty trucks market share. I think we have now all the things which we needed. What we need to do is to create that experience, create that superior experience for the customer, which will help us to get into the next level of growth. And we have to leverage the analytics and digitalization initiatives. A lot of work is going on the digitalization initiatives. We have to achieve the growth profitably. Market shares, as I mentioned, beyond a point, we will not run after the market shares. End of the day, the profits are important. So we will pursue the growth profitably, especially in all the segments. Continue to work on the synergistic projects with Volvo Group. BS6 migration currently is on, very important. We are increasing capacity, setting up new plant in Bhopal. We are adding capacity by 40,000 trucks. Current capacity, we have reached 90,000 now in Pithampur. With 90,000, last year we sold 73,000. So that's the right time when we have to take the call on the new plant. Because once our export initiatives, for example, in Pro 2000, in next 3-4 years, if start generating good volumes, and then we grow in market share in heavy duty, I think the capacity will be immediate requirement. So we have taken the decision at the right time to set up the Bhopal plant. Quality, of course, we have to continue to continuously improve. Aftermarket, revitalizing VC values, and continue to work on the increasing synergies with the Volvo Group. These are some of the glimpses of our plants. Truck plant, this is VE powertrain, MD engine plant, bus plant, and complete product range. This I have already mentioned, the cabins and the product range. This is the Bhopal plant. B6 engine development, telematics, a lot of work is going on. Parts distribution center, 2 new gear plants, and R&D reliability lab. So again, industry first automatic manual transmission. We have already introduced in some of our models. We have introduced 7-speed medium duty transmission in our medium duty trucks. We have already introduced 55-ton tractor trailer. We are ready with the electric bus, 9-meter electric bus. Already we have some initial orders currently under execution. We have already got we were the first one to get the CNG BS6 certification. And we have recently developed 9-speed gearbox, which we are currently buying from ZF. So we will be now replacing it with our own indigenous gearbox, which will reduce our costs in the heavy-duty trucks. So if you look at this year, I think this year the topmost priority is going to be the BS6, where of course not only the manufacturing readiness, we have to have the front-end readiness, because the most important will be the training of all the technicians, making the workshops ready, getting the approvals in time from the state governments for the starting selling this, getting all the readiness in all the collaterals. And then, of course, we have to seed the vehicles on time. Like a lot of work, we will start seeding the vehicles sometime in Q3. And then, of course, all the products have to be ready. As I mentioned, there is huge challenge that we have to exhaust all the dealer stocks. BS6 trucks, it means we have to start selling. We have to fill in the entire channel in March itself with BS6 trucks. And of course, we'll have to start selling before March. So this is going to be the key priority, and absolutely we are ready. We are absolutely confident on that. Bhopal, I have already discussed. Right now, the work is going on with fast speed. From 1/4/2020, we will start rolling out the trucks from Bhopal. And it will be absolutely modern plant with all Industry 4.0 level of initiatives, and with integrated management system and green initiatives and everything will be it will be the state-of-the-art plant. So basically, this is the last slide. Just to reiterate, Volvo Group, we have to continue to leverage our partnership. We'll have to continue to create more and more synergies. We have huge product portfolio, all modern product range. We have to leverage that product range to the hilt. BS6, we have to drive that advantage, which we have because of our early experience in BS6 and also learnings from Volvo Group. We have to continue to grow the businesses in powertrain, components, and Volvo trucks. And export markets, we have to continue to leverage the Volvo Group distribution network. The potential is, again, huge in export markets. Then, of course, industry side, we are fully ready, both the plants, Pithampur and Bhopal. CV is at the threshold of a sustained period of growth, because I think if you believe in the economic story, which was my first slide, I think there should be no reason why we should not believe in the CV growth story. Because if the economy grows, there is no reason why CV industry will not grow. So to take care of that, we are absolutely ready with the latest product offering, manufacturing capacity, and all the front-end initiatives, and to become a customer-driven and front-end commercial organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinod. That brings us to the end of today's presentations, but we're now going to move on and start with the question and answer session. For the question and answer session,